You got it?
Well, no, I said one contact.
Hi, Commissioners. Just waiting for Chairman Stewart to join us on the call so he can convene the meeting. Our Vice Chair is, I believe, going to be late today, so I'm not sure if she's able to start us off. Missy, we do have a quorum, I believe. We just don't have the Vice Chair or the Chair. Can somebody step into that role?
I just need to see if your rules state a procedure for that, or if we can just use Robert's Rules of Order. I just need to check really quick.
Okay.
Hi, it's Kelly. I was wondering, I think our rules require a vote on that.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it does. I was just looking to see.
But I thought we had a quorum. Let me just double count.
One, 2, 3.
It looks like somebody jumped off the call, so
Yeah, we only have 4 right now.
yeah,
So
don't
once we
have
get a
quorum right
fifth,
now.
once we get a 5th member, we can accept a nomination for someone to serve until the chairman or vice chair shows up.
And just so you know, I reached out to Jonathan and Katie to see if they could join us. Diane and Kyle and Lori all said that they were either going to be late or absent.
Katie is here.
All right. There she is.
Bob, Paul,
Hi. Hi, Katie. So,
And Jonathan's popping up right now.
okay. Jonathan, are you on?
I can hear you now. Can you see me?
Yes.
Y'all, sorry about that. I was having a bad connection.
Hey, Commissioner Witcher, I was having the same issue. I'm on as well.
All right. So we have a quorum. So whenever you're ready, we're good to go.
All right. Today is July 27th. The time now is 1:44. I call CPC meeting for today to order. We'll start with a roll call of all commissioners present. I'll start with myself, Commissioner Stewart, Commissioner Witchery,
Present.
all right, Commissioner Brown,
Present.
Commissioner Mobley,
Present.
Commissioner Lund,
Present.
all right. And did I miss any commissioner? All right. So we have 5 commissioners present at this time. Now I'll read into the record the rules for this meeting. Order of business. The order of business at the hearing shall be as follows. Call to order and a roll call with the recording of members present, approval of minutes, reading of the hearing rules, presentation of docket, staff presentation, applicant presentation, questions from members, recess for 30 minutes, consideration of the docket, public comment, rebuttal by the applicant, questions from members, voting, and adjournment. Presentation of docket. The order of business for each docket shall be as followed. Presentation by the City Planning Commission staff, presentation by the applicant or their representatives. The appellate or an applicant may appear on their behalf or be represented by a duly authorized agent. Only one representative may speak on behalf of a request and must pre-register with the staff of the City Planning Commission. Other representatives or speakers may sign up to provide comments during the public comment portion of the meeting. The applicant shall be allowed a maximum of 2 minutes. Questions from members. The members have an opportunity to ask questions of the staff or applicant. Recess. The commission shall take a 30-minute recess to allow members of the public to comment. Public comment rules. Only written public comment will be allowed. Live public comment will not be allowed. No member of the public may submit more than one written comment per agenda item. Time allowed for public comment. The public comment will be made available at the start of the meeting and will close at the end of the 30-minute recess. Forms. Public comments must be submitted electronically on the form provided by the City Planning Commission. Any comment missing this information will not be read aloud. Each submission must contain the commenter's first and last name, the commenter's address, and whether the comment is being paid in connection with his or her comments. The agenda item. Reading of the public comments. A moderator will read into record all comments pertaining to that item that have been submitted in accordance with these rules. Comments will be read aloud in a normal speaking voice. The moderator will discontinue reading a comment once it exceeds 2 minutes. Rebuttal by applicant. Following the public comment, if there is opposition, the authorized representative of the application is allowed a rebuttal not to exceed 2 minutes. Questions from members. Following a public comment and rebuttal, the members have an opportunity to ask a question of the staff or applicant. Voting. Making a motion. The member making a motion should clearly state their name when making a motion. For example, I, Commissioner Stewart, move to approve, deny the request. Seconding the motion. The member seconding the motion shall clearly state their name when seconding the motion. For example, I, Commissioner Stewart, second the motion made by Commissioner Brown. Statement by the chair. The chair will restate the motion, confirming who made and seconded the motion. Voting. The chair will request a verbal vote from each member by roll call. Each member will indicate yea to support the motion or nay to vote in opposition. This brings us to the start of our meeting. First, with approval of minutes from the July 13, 2021 meeting.
Commissioners, the minutes were not posted, so those are going to need to be deferred to the next meeting.
And Mr. Chair, this is Commissioner Stieg. I was here, but had major technical difficulties on my end, but am back. Would like you to, I missed the roll call, so would you record me as being present?
Okay. Commissioner Stieg, I have you down as president.
Great, thanks.
At this time now, the chair will entertain a motion for deferral of the minutes for July 13, 2021.
Commissioner Witry will make a deferral for the July 13th, 2021 meeting minutes to be deferred to the August 10th meeting.
All right, is there a second to that motion?
Commissioner Mobley will second.
All right, it's been moved by Commissioner Witry for deferral of approval of the minutes to the August 10th meeting, seconded by Commissioner Mobley. Is there any further discussion on that motion? Any further discussion on that motion? If there's no further discussion on that motion, at this time now I'll call the question. Commissioner Brown,
Yeah.
Commissioner Lund,
Yes.
Commissioner Mobley,
Yes.
Commissioner Stieg,
Yes.
Commissioner Stewart, yes, Commissioner Witry.
Yes.
All right. This time, did I miss any other commissioner that may have joined? 6-0 approval for deferral. This brings us to our first zoning docket item, zoning docket 5521.
Zoning docket 5521 by City Council motion is a request for a conditional use to permit a principal bed and breakfast in an HURM1 historic urban multifamily residential district located at 300 to 302 Olivier Street. The subject property is currently improved with a historic 3-story structure dating from the middle of the 19th century. It has been used for various non-residential purposes over the decades, but most recently, the structure has been used as a 4-unit multifamily dwelling. The applicant would first convert the structure to a single-family residence as is required for bed and breakfasts. The proposed bed and breakfast would contain 5 bedrooms. 4 of the 5 bedrooms would be used as guest rooms, and 1 bedroom would need to be retained for the operator per the regulations of the comprehensive zoning ordinance. The applicant previously applied for a zoning change from an HURD2 historic urban 2-family residential district to an HUB1A historic urban neighborhood business district under zoning docket 2521. The request was heard at the March 23rd, 2021 City Planning Commission hearing, where it was recommended for approval. However, the City Council modified the approval to change the zoning from an HURD2 district to an HURM1 historic urban multifamily district rather than the HUB1A district originally requested. The initially requested zoning change to an HUB1A district would have permitted a principal bed and breakfast by right. However, the HURM1 district necessitates a conditional use to operate the property as a principal bed and breakfast. A principal bed and breakfast is categorized under the residential use. It is similar in nature to a small hotel, which is considered a commercial use. But because there is a requirement that principal bed and breakfasts have either an owner or operator living on site, the impact is thought to be less impactful than that of a hotel. The use standards for a bed and breakfast are intended to help mitigate any loud noise or negative impacts the use could have on adjacent properties. Therefore, the impacts of this particular bed and breakfast on adjacent properties would be limited, and the staff recommends approval of zoning docket 5521, subject to 10 provisos.
All right, thank you. This came to us by way of City Council motion. Is there a representative from any council member's office with us to speak on this zoning docket? At this time, Commissioner, do you have a question for staff as it relates to the zoning docket? No questions for this zoning docket. We will continue on and move to zoning docket 5721.
Chair, I think this zoning docket has been deferred potentially to August 24th, 21.
It's our recommendation for deferral. I don't know if Haley's on the line, but the gist of this is that this is a proposal for a Chick-fil-A fast food restaurant at Tulane and Carrollton, which requires conditional use approval. Because of its location in a design overlay corridor, it has to be considered by the Design Advisory Committee. Essentially, the zoning regulations are very much about dense urban development with buildings pushed to property lines to create sort of a mass on the street, a high volume on the street. And the site design is very much a conventional suburban style fast food restaurant, lots of parking on all sides. And so there is a great degree of conflict between the site design and the building design to some extent, and the zoning regulations. That was the source of a lot of discussion at the Design Advisory Committee meeting. And of course, the DAC provides advice to the Planning Commission staff on issues relative to design. The DAC voted to recommend that the application be denied. The applicant has requested to revisit their design, potentially make changes and bring it back for further DAC consideration prior to CPC consideration. And so that hasn't happened yet. So we are requesting deferral by the Planning Commission of this matter so that it may go back to DAC before you act on it.
All right, thank you, Stephen, for that. At this time now, the representatives for Tulane and Carrollton LLC present.
Yeah, this is Avery Foley. I'm here present and would appreciate a consideration of a deferral.
All right, so Avery, you are in favor of the deferral for the record, correct?
Yes, sorry, can you hear me? I'm having some tech issues. Yes, we are. We just submitted updated plans to Valerie, our planner, just yesterday. And so hoping to get some comments back from DAC before we come to you all with a full report.
Okay, and Avery, please just state your name and address for the record.
Sure, Avery Foray, 800 Brown Street with Sherman Strategies. Thank you all for listening.
All right, so commissioners, at this time now, you have any questions for Avery or for staff as relates to this zoning docket?
Commissioner Lund, I have a question for Stephen. Good. So in a design overlay district that would call for like buildings with very little on the street, facing on the street, but there's a conventional design already with a building in place, what would be some things that you would look for the Design Advisory Committee, we would look for to have it be more consistent?
So I think, okay, thought I was on mute for a second. What we're asking, what really the developer needs to do is reconsider the site plan in a very significant sense. And so it's, that there's not one or two things. It really kind of all is within a single ball of wax, I guess you could say, where we need the building to have a more urban footprint. So that means potentially bringing it to the corner, putting parking to the rear, narrowing curb cuts, providing ingress and egress to the site, increasing landscape, orienting the building's fenestration, entrances, the architecture generally towards the pedestrian and towards the street, and overall just making it read more like a walkable site as opposed to something that is almost exclusively auto-centric.
Okay, and are you saying that you think it would be most likely a requirement to move the whole building or to demolish and rebuild?
No, so their demo and there's a building there now that is not to be retained. There's a proposal to demolish the existing building and rebuild. So
Okay.
Thank
you.
Because it's new construction, that does incorporate the zoning requirements relative to having more pedestrian friendly urban.
Thank you. That's what I was wondering. Thank you.
Okay. Are there any other questions for staff as it relates to zoning docket 5721? There are no further questions from any commissioner. We'll continue on to zoning docket 5820.
So this is Robbins. I believe she may be having audio issues. So I'll go ahead and present this. This is a proposal to locate a reception hall within an existing building on Orleans, right off of Broad. It's in an HUMU, historic urban mixed use district that includes that segment of Orleans Avenue where you have a historic commercial and mixed use corridor with a urban building stock and a lot of neighborhood scale businesses. In this district, reception halls are conditional uses because of the notion that by virtue of having large crowds and events, there may be an impact on surrounding properties in terms of noise, parking, activities, hours of operation that is, number one, quite impactful, and number two, more than you would associate with, say, restaurants or bars or other sort of neighborhood serving businesses that kind of have a customer base that's comes in throughout the day and night, as opposed to having a crush of people all at once. So that's why it's regulated through the conditional use process. Generally, the staff thinks that this makes sense. This is a smallish venue, so I don't think it's likely to have a tremendous number of people at once, and therefore would not likely have extreme land use impacts that are inherently problematic. However, there is a regulation in the zoning ordinance that says, and you all have seen this before, it says that any new reception facility has to be more than 200 feet from a residential zoning district. In our historic neighborhoods, usually you have commercial districts kind of cheek to jowl with residential districts, and so it's not possible to have that 200 feet. And consistent with how we've treated this before, the staff doesn't think that there is sufficient grounds for a waiver of that 200-foot spacing requirement because potentially another site could be located. And so we are recommending denial really exclusively on that count. I will note that there have, been a number of reception hall applications throughout the past few years. And the commission and council has been fairly consistent in granting waivers of that requirement. So, it would not be unprecedented to grant a waiver here.
Thank you, Stephen. At this time now, do we have Bishop Brister, our representative president, to speak up on the docket?
Good evening. Yes, sir. I am here. And thank you all, everyone, for just the consideration of being able to hear and to view. Just as Mr. Crow made mention.
Just one thing, just state your name and address for the record.
I'm sorry. Daryl S. Brister and my wife, Dion Brister, also 90 English Turn Drive.
You can go ahead and continue.
I'm sorry, yeah, but I just wanted to just make mention, even as Mr. Crow's mentioning that we would be able, and we have been able, to really kind of control the amount of individuals that we will have in the event hall at a time. And of course, we've been even considering the reorganization and the re-mindset of that with our to be in line with our COVID protocols as well. So thanks again just for here.
All right, thank you. At this time now, commissioners, do you have a question for Mr. Bishop or our staff as relates to the zoning docket?
This is Commissioner Wittry. I have a question. I just wanted to verify the previous site was used as a dry cleaner and then as a reception hall. Is that true?
It was a beauty salon.
No, before it was actually a beauty salon.
Okay. Okay. Definitely saw some research that it was a dry cleaners at some point and then maybe reception. So maybe in between that, when you all acquired it.
Exactly.
And two, I mean, it's on Broad. And so if you go all the way to the corner, isn't that a car dealership all the way? There's no neighbors if you're looking at the property on the left-hand side, except for the business with the cars.
Exactly. Yes, ma'am.
And then your neighbors on the right-hand side, that looked like that was a multifamily double. Was there any opposition? I didn't see anywhere in the report that there was from the MPP meeting, but that seems to be maybe 3 houses until the other corner, a double, and then maybe 2 single-family homes. Was there any opposition at the NPP from those neighbors?
Thank God, Ms. Wiltry, no, not at all. In fact, they've been very supportive.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
All right, at this time now, commissioners, are there any other questions for staff or for the representatives present? All right. Well, thank you, Bishop Brister. If there are no further questions, we'll continue on with our agenda to zoning docket 5921.
Zoning docket 5921 is a request for a conditional use to permit specialty restaurant and a bar with live entertainment secondary use in an HUMU historic urban mixed use district and EC enhancement corridor design overlay district located at 4331 Chapatula Street. The petition site is located near the corner of Chapatula Street and Napoleon Avenue in an existing building most recently used as a commercial short-term rental. The building footprint covers approximately 2,300 square feet of the lot, including a covered porch at the rear of the structure. An accessory structure occupies the rear corner of the lot, and the remainder of the site is a combination of landscaping, brick walkways, and limestone. The applicants plan to renovate the interior of the building to accommodate a coffee shop that would operate during the day and a bar with live entertainment that would operate Wednesday through Saturday nights. No exterior renovations or exterior modifications are proposed to the existing building. The applicant originally proposed the option of having indoor and outdoor live entertainment performances, but the Department of Safety and Permits has determined that outdoor live entertainment is not a permissible use because all performances must be held indoors with windows and doors closed. The staff has recommended provisos specific to each use proposed by the applicant and an additional proviso to mitigate the impact of the use of the rear yard by bar patrons. As the uses proposed are compliant with the master plan and the general purpose and intent of the applicable zoning districts, the staff is supportive of this application. The staff recommends approval of the request subject to 8 provisos. And I'll make the note for the commission that only 7 provisos are listed in the recommendation section of the report. And the 8th proviso that should be added is a requirement that any proposed signage comply with the requirements of Article 24 of the CZO. And that can be found on page 9 of the staff report.
Thank you. At this time now, do we have the representative president from the House Management?
Yes, sir. This is Mary Slauson.
All right. Please state your name and address for the record.
Mary Slauson, 501 Napoleon Avenue.
All right, you have 2 minutes.
So just like Mr. Massey said, we're requesting additional conditional use to operate a daytime coffee shop and bar at night. Our owners would like to add a little bit to the neighborhood and make it a more upscale bar. So the evening time upscale. We realize that there are some provisos with outdoor use of the back patio. So we're totally understandable about that. Again, we're not planning on changing any of the exterior, just interior renovations.
All right, thank you. We read into the record, the report listed 7 provisos. Are you okay? Are you okay with the 8 regarding the sign as well?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I noticed the 8 upon reading the report. So, yeah.
All right, thank you. So at this time now, commissioners, do you have any questions for the representative president on zoning docket 5921? Are there any questions for zoning docket 5921? All right. Thank you so much. We'll continue to move on with our agenda to zoning docket 6021.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The proposed text amendment for zoning docket 6021 is a request to authorize public market as a permitted use in the SB1 suburban business district. Public markets are a recurring assembly of multiple vendors selling art, crafts, edible items, packaged food or beverages, produce, and/or similar merchandise directly to the retail customers in a covered or uncovered open air setting. Many suburban areas of the city have limited access to fresh and fresh frozen foods, in part due to the investments required for equipment and brick and mortar stores. Authorizing public markets in the SB1 district may help address the need for access to healthful foods and other goods. Public markets are relatively low intensity uses, and potential impacts would be mitigated through size limitations and use standards, which include hours of operation of 7 a.m. to 8 p.m. Staff recommends approval.
All right, thank you. At this time now, do we have a representative or the applicant present to speak on this zoning docket?
Yes, my name is Andres Barcelo Sanchez. My address is 2540 Lavender Street. I'm actually representing our garden. My wife and I is Barcelo Gardens. We've been running some sort of a farmer's market from there for a while. Our main goal as a company is to bring fresh fruit options to areas of town which otherwise just don't get this kind of traffic. This designation for SB1, if approved for our subsequent docket, which is going to be right after this, would allow us to create a permanent fresh market space in an area that doesn't have access to that. It only has corner stores, fast food, even access to bars, but it doesn't have fresh food products. We source from local farmers in the area, Belle Chase, North Shore, people who are growing locally, close to us, good local food, honey in the 9th Ward, things like that. We want to bring all of that to poorer communities, areas that are not as developed. And that's our reason for those requests.
All right. Thank you. Commissioner, at this time now, do you have a question for the representative or for staff? If there are no questions, we will continue on to zoning docket 6121.
Okay, and as stated earlier, my name is Andres Barcelo Sanchez. The space that we are requiring access to.
We'll just have staff pull it up.
Oh, sorry, you had to go. I'm sorry.
Right.
Can y'all hear me?
Yes, Joseph, we can hear you.
Okay, thank you very much. All right, so zoning docket 6121 is a request for a zoning change from an SRD suburban 2-family residential district to an SB1 suburban business district. The municipal addresses are 3440 through 3446 Heidi Street. The request for the zoning change is to permit the use of a public market on the subject property. As the applicant has already stated, it is for the availability to sell fresh produce and prepackaged foods to help bring development to this area of the neighborhood. This, of course, has been, as we just saw, conditioned in conjunction with zoning docket 60 to permit public markets as a permitted use in an SB1 district. As a staff's responsibility, the crux of our analysis is to ensure the proposed zoning properly implements the plan for the 21st century and ensure compatibility between. The current zoning line between the SB1 district and Albert Myers Place and the properties abutting the rear of the existing property is in the SRD district on the more residential portion of the neighborhood does not align with the P21C boundary between the more permissive commercial designation for properties fronting on Louisa Street and the low density residential designation for the rest of the neighborhood. The zoning request, while could serve a neighborhood need and does have a history of non-residential use, and could also be in harmony with the historic and existing character of the adjacent Louisa Street commercial corridor. The staff finds in our analysis that it is not sufficient justification on our end to introduce a misalignment between the slum boundary and the zoning boundary. In addition, the request to change the zoning to SB1 district is a spot zone that cannot be justified under the historic non-conforming use policy. Therefore, the staff recommends denial of 6121.
All right, thank you, Joseph. And at this time, you can continue, sir. Please state your name and address for the record as well.
Okay, my name, once again, is Andres Barcelos Sanchez, 2540 Lavender Street. The main reason we actually got the space was because of a denial previously when we requested a zoning change on our garden, where we were wanting to host a farmer's market. We thought we were buying commercial when we bought this place. There was a discrepancy between the assessor site and the CPC site. The assessor site saying that it was commercial, assessor site saying, the CPC saying that it was not. But it does have previous commercial use. The main reason that we wanted to do it here in this specific neighborhood is because, like I said, we are trying to bring fresh food options to areas that historically even have no access to fresh food. We believe that poor neighborhoods like this actually deserve to have healthy food options as well. This shouldn't only be limited to areas of commerce like Marigny and the Uptown and areas with more well-to-do citizens. This should be something that's available and contributes to the quality of life of residents, even in areas that are more neglected, such as by Piety on Louisa Street in that area. All our vacant surrounding areas are vacant land, some of them in disuse since Katrina. So I really don't think there'd be much of a change to the, I guess, the historical nature of the area. If anything, we'd be improving the neighborhood by bringing in a public market space. And we support local food vendors, local farmers. All of this will be brought to the table. We also have the enthusiastic support of Marguerite Doyle Johnson, who's the president of the Upper Ninth Ward. She said she's very much in favor of this. We have the support of Father Joseph from St. Mary of the Angels Church. Both want to see this event actually happen and see our place be established as the spot. We actually, in addition to this, we have 399 donors, many of whom are local, who have supported this change with money on GoFundMe.com. We have a lot of force, a lot of local people behind us trying to push this forward to make it happen and provide food access to an area that it doesn't have much of anything. And we want to change that.
Thank you so much. Commissioners, at this time now, do you have a question for the applicant or for staff as it relates to zoning docket 6121?
I have a question. It's Commissioner Wittry. It's vacant land now. Do you know when the last time that a property was on the lot?
As far as I know, the last time there was a business there was a bar, according to local neighbors. This is pre-Katrina. And of course, this is hearsay. I wasn't here, so I'm not sure. But this is what I was told by people who live in the area.
Thank you.
Commissioner, at this time, any more questions for the representative? All right, thank you, Mr. Sanchez. We'll continue to move on with the agenda, and we'll go to zoning docket 6221.
Zoning docket 6221 is an application to rezone a historic commercial structure, or mixed-use structure, I should say, on Louisa Street in the Bywater from the HMR3 residential district that includes much of the neighborhood's residential building stock to a HMC1 commercial district, which would enable future commercial use. The property owner is pursuing the zoning change to allow a standard restaurant to occupy the structure. In addition to a standard restaurant, the zoning change would allow for a variety of other small-scale neighborhood businesses, including coffee shops, retail stores, offices, and others. The structure is at the edge of a commercial node at the intersection of Louisa and Dauphine Streets. It neighbors the HMC1 district that extends along that commercial node, which you see on the map, and would extend it by one lot to include this structure. The zoning question is really whether the boundary of the commercial zoning district should be extended to include this property, grouping it among the commercial structures at the Louisa Dauphine intersection, or whether this should be included within the residential structures on the other side. The staff finds the zoning change to be appropriate. In general, zoning in the Bywater is based on historic land use patterns and seeks to reinforce those historic patterns. To this end, historic residential structures typically have residential zoning that is consistent with historic building forms and density levels. And historic commercial structures have commercial zoning that allows for neighborhood scale commercial use. This zoning change that is requested here would be consistent with this pattern by aligning this property's zoning with its commercial history and physical character of the structure, and therefore the staff recommends approval of the zoning change.
Thank you, Stephen. At this time now, do we have Kelly Bryson, our representative, president, representing the zoning docket 62?
Yes, I'm representing the docket.
All right. Please state your name and also your address for the record.
My name is Ricky Lou Mason, and my address is 4207 Burgundy Street.
All right, and you can continue. You have 2 minutes.
Okay, great. As I said, my name is Lou, and I'm here with my wife, Kitten, and our sister, Megan. And the three of us are under contract to purchase the property at 805-807 Louisa, pending the approval of the zoning change application. We're going to be inhabiting the property in 3 ways. The first is as our home. My wife, Kitten, and I will be living upstairs and using the adjoining lot as a yard, the same way the owners do currently in their family home. The second way is that our sister is going to be reinvigorating the historic storefront and the beautiful storefront windows as a retail shop. She's going to be selling art and clothing and home goods with a strong focus on local artisans. The third is for Chance and Hell, which is a standard restaurant owned and operated by my wife and I. We currently own our home in the Bywater, and since the beginning of the pandemic, we've been selling snowballs off of our porch because all of our work was canceled and we lost all of our sources of income. We have fallen in love over the past year with serving food to our neighbors, and we have just been blown away at how much we've been able to connect with our community during this time and through this business. And so we're really passionate about finding a permanent location and staying in our neighborhood in the Bywater. And the only way for us to do that sustainably is as a standard restaurant. The current owners of the building, Kelly and Erica, they're amazing women, and they really believe in our vision and believe in us as business owners and community members. And so they've offered to do owner financing with us, because for my wife and I, as 2 independent artists who are currently unemployed due to the pandemic, a bank loan is potentially an insurmountable hurdle. And so Kelly and Erica really, the future of their home and the future of the neighborhood is really important to them. And so their offer for owner financing is a really big part of what is potentially making this dream a possibility. So we really appreciate your consideration, and thank you so much for your time.
All right, thank you so much. And commissioners, you remember we received a lot of public comment in our last meeting in regards to the zoning docket. So Commissioner, at this time now, do you have a question for the applicant or staff as it relates to the zoning docket? Okay. Commissioners, if there are no questions, we will continue to move forward in our agenda. Thank you so much for being here, President. All right, we'll go to property disposition 00221.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Property disposition 221 is a request by the City of New Orleans for the sale of a vacant lot at 3202 Pine Street, which is approximately 120 feet on its Earhart Boulevard and Fourche Street sides. Its frontage on Pine Street is only 3.5 feet. The rear lot line width is 24.24 feet. The lot area is approximately 1,454 feet. The lot is within an HUMU, Historic Urban Mixed Use District. No city department has indicated a need for the property, and the adjacent owner has indicated a desire to buy the lot. The disposition meets the CPC's criteria, and the staff recommends approval.
All right. Do we have a representative from the city to speak about it?
So because this is a application by the city, there's no representative.
Okay. All right. So, Commissioner, at this time, any questions for staff? If there are no questions for staff, we'll continue on to property disposition 00321.
Sorry, were you ready to go on? I couldn't hear for a moment.
00321.
All right. Property disposition 321 is a request by the city to sell 2 vacant lots at the intersection of Lower Line Street and Earhart Boulevard, Oleander Street right-of-way. The lots are within an HU-MU, Historic Urban Mixed-Use District. Together, the lots measure 113.6 feet in length on the Forshey Street side. Lot 1A is 30.58 feet in width on its frontage on Lower Line Street and 54.6 feet along the unconstructed portion of Oleander Street. Lot 1B is 30.58 feet along its Lower Line Street side and approximately 58.5 feet along the unconstructed portion of Oleander Street. Together, the lots are approximately 3,476 square feet in area. No city department has indicated a need for the property, and the adjacent owner has indicated a desire to buy the lot. The disposition meets the CPC's criteria, and the staff recommends approval.
All right, Commissioners, any questions as it relates to property disposition 321? All right, there are no questions or comments. We'll continue to move on to zoning docket 6321.
This is a subdivision. The previous slide was subdivision docket 13620. This is a major subdivision application that previously came to CPC in January and then again in April. You as a commission denied the application. The applicant appealed to council. The council vacated the denial and remanded it back to CPC. So it is on deadline. However, there have been modifications to the proposal that are slight, but prevented us from adequately noticing it because we just received the updated proposal last week and therefore couldn't provide notice for it by this meeting. So the applicant has consented to deferral to the next meeting in the first August meeting, which will allow us to properly notice it. The applicant can extend the deadline with their consent, so that'll resolve the deadline issue. So having said that, we as a staff are requesting that you defer this to the next meeting.
All right. And Stephen, is the applicant present?
The applicant's representative is Miles Granderson, who I am not seeing on the call. So I don't believe he's present.
Okay. All right, but you did state that the applicant is in favor of the deferral to the first meeting in August, correct?
Yeah, that's correct.
So commissioners, any questions on the reconsideration of the subdivision docket 13620?
Stephen, could you remind, was your recommendation, staff's recommendation, denial or approval?
The previous staff recommendation was approval for the previous iteration of this application, but it was denied by the commission.
Do you know why it was denied by the commission?
Yeah, so part of the reasoning, and this was when Commissioner Marshall was still on the commission, so he kind of articulated this, but there was a lot of concern, or some concern, I should say, voiced by neighborhood residents about certainly the architecture and perhaps quality of the buildings being constructed upon the lots. And I don't remember offhand, but there may have been concerns about the lot sizes themselves, but definitely the architecture. And at that time, there wasn't a resident of New Orleans East on the commission. And you sort of had this tension between the need to provide additional housing opportunities, but also the desire to respect the neighbors and their wishes for what they want to see in the community. And I think in so many words, Commissioner Marshall felt is probably a legislative decision as much of anything else, how to square that conflict. And so the denial was, number one, based on trying to move it forward to city council, and number two, because of the concern that the membership of the commission didn't include someone in New Orleans East. So I hope I characterized that correctly, but I think that's at least my recollection of things. The council, I should say, was concerned with that rationale, vacated the denial for that reason, and then remanded it back to you as a commission further consideration or reconsideration.
So can I follow up on that? And this is really a question directed to council. I've never heard of a remand like this. There's an application, we recommend denial. The application speaks for itself. If the application's been changed, then why wouldn't that be a new application? And where is the procedural authority for the city council to remand rather than just to continue to vote up or down?
I believe it was done this way. I'm going to take the second question first. Why it's not a different application? It's because they wanted to keep the same zoning docket open and zoning docket number. Stephen, is that correct?
Yeah, I mean, I think what happened is that the original presumption when the council remanded it was that there would be reconsideration of the original application.
So we vote a certain way and the council doesn't like it, but instead of overruling it, they send it back to us and say, we want you to decide a different way? Bluntly speaking.
Yeah, Commissioner Stieg, I don't know if that's for me or for Missy, but
yeah, it's more, well, for either one, but Missy, is that?
Yeah, I think there was concern about the rationale expressed when the rationale for the denial, perhaps more than the denial itself. Missy, I don't know if you have an opinion on that.
Wait, I'm sorry, I was reading the rules. Can you repeat what you said?
Yeah, I was saying that my recollection from talking with council staff at the time this happened, that was that the council's concern was less with the denial and more with the rationale that was put on the record for the denial.
If I could add a little bit to that, Stephen, because I did have some communications with the council member's office at this time. I think there was also a question about what the deadline was when they received the appeal, and they weren't prepared to act as quickly as was needed. And so this was a way for them to have additional time to fully consider it when and if it comes back to them.
I remember that now. It wasn't noticed properly on the council agenda with the wrong deadline date was put on the council agenda and the council member was caught off guard.
So Missy, what's the authority for a remand?
Yeah.
I'm not quite sure because the subdivision rules say that they can either approve or, let's see. They can either approve or disapprove the appeal. That's what the rules say. I guess there was an interpretation of the rules by someone other than me that a remand is allowable.
And the sole reason, wouldn't the usual procedure be to so are there changes being made, or is it just reconsidering the exact same application?
At this point, there are changes being made. There has been a reduction in the number of lots by 1 and corresponding increases in the size of some of the lots.
So why wouldn't that be made in a new application?
I think it could. We sort of began down this path. That decision was made as the wheels were in motion for scheduling and renoticing this or, the reconsideration. And so that kind of got pulled into this. I think you're right that it is a different application and probably can and perhaps should be a separate application. But I guess my answer is that it was a function of trying to schedule the reapplication at the same time we were having conversations with the developer about whether the application was going to be modified. And we, again, just got the modification last week, so there hasn't been a whole lot of time to chew on this.
Okay. Thanks for the answers.
Okay, commissioners, are there any other questions for the reconsideration of subdivision docket 3620? We've heard from Stephen that the request is for a deferral to the first meeting of August.
So may I ask, okay, this deferral is actually on us reconsidering, or why is there?
We did reconsider it in April, and then it was appealed to the council. The council remanded it to us, so it's basically like we're starting over. So it's just kind of it's a deferral of picking it back up again, but it's not an official reconsideration where we would have to do it at the subsequent meeting. It's a remand from the city council, so it's almost like we're starting anew.
So I guess my question is sort of where Commissioner Stieg was going with this as well. Are we deferring this because of our staff limitations, which I totally understand, or is this?
So sorry to interrupt. We're deferring this because a major subdivision has to be noticed for at least 2 weeks before the public hearing. This could not be noticed because the current version was not given to us as a staff until last week. So therefore, there wasn't enough time to provide the 2 weeks notice. So in order to do that, there needs to be a deferral.
Okay, I know. I understand now the deferral. I guess my question is also the same as Commissioner Stieg's. I don't ever remember this, and I'm looking at. I'm not the lawyer here, but I don't know procedurally whether this is something that's in the charter as how we're to proceed. I'm looking, but I guess that's
yeah, I think y'all have both raised very good points. I think should this be deferred, we will internally revisit the issue and determine if this is in fact a new application. If it is, we'll give it a new docket number and treat it accordingly. If it's not, we'll just proceed on the path we are now. So I think the deferral allows us the ability to make that call.
Gotcha. Thank you.
Stephen, but your current understanding of the change to be made is a reduction of the number of lots by one lot and the redistribution of that lot's square footage amongst how many other lots?
I believe it was proposing 18 lots originally and now 17 lots. So I don't know. I think perhaps the new area goes only to like a few lots on the same street frontage rather than being evenly distributed to all of the lots, but we're talking about 17 lots.
Okay. I don't know that there's an objective measure of what constitutes a substantive change that would trigger a new application, but I am hard pressed to imagine that this qualifies as such.
All right, are there any further questions for staff as it relates to this docket matter? And Stephen, I just want to make sure the request is for the first meeting in August, or do you need more time to do proper noticing?
Let me just double check the date real quick. Yeah, the first meeting, which is August 10.
Okay. All right, commissioners, if there are no further questions about this topic, we'll continue on with the agenda. Stephen.
And these are the new applications that were submitted for this meeting, and as is customary at this point, we need to defer them to the next meeting to allow our staff to catch up with them.
So at now, do we have any of those applicants present? All right. If we don't have any of those applicants present, I would like to remind the public that now is the time to start submitting those public comment cards electronically.
We still have one more item.
So one more. Okay, and then the subdivision regulations.
Bob, do you want to give a brief presentation, or shall I? So what this matter is that, as you'll recall, you as a commission approved our draft subdivision regulations at the last meeting on July 13th. We were notified that same day after the meeting by the Faubourg Marigny Improvement Association that they had questions about the process and timing in general, and part of what motivated that question was that the formatting of the agenda implied that this would be deferred. So the FMIA has requested that this be reconsidered because they didn't have an opportunity to speak at the last meeting based on the presumption that it would be deferred. And so Bob, as director, has heard that request and is bringing it before you to consider at this point. And Bob, I don't know if you want to.
Yeah, I'm sorry for not jumping on it quickly. So the real issue was that it was clear from the communications that were received from the neighborhood association that the presumption that it would be that it was going to be deferred, and there was clearly no knowledge that an action was up for consideration on that date. Given that it raises the question, and including the issue that Stephen raised about the formatting problem that we had on the published agenda, I made a decision to request you all to reconsider the action. Otherwise, we would have been compelled to transmit that action. Although we're very happy with the action itself of approval, if it goes to council, the council has only the ability to either approve it entirely or reject it entirely. And so there really doesn't offer an opportunity for discussing individual line items with the possibility of making changes if they determine that it's warranted. So what this request, and it's a request coming from me as the executive director, is that the approval of the subdivision regulations be reconsidered, and that more time be made available by scheduling an action at a subsequent meeting, either next meeting or the meeting following that, which would enable the stakeholders, the neighborhood groups, to review the changes that were made and to provide comments if there was any. And just also for the record, we have received some communication from another neighborhood association kind of expressing similar confusion about whether or not asking basically when the subdivision regulations were going to be deferred to. So it's clear that our messaging of and our noticing, while we checked all the boxes that we were legally required to do, that noticing didn't reach the intended audience of those who, essentially the public, who were not aware that an action was being taken. And just the final, thought is, especially with respect to Faubourg Marigny, there was a lot of concern expressed with the administrative approval process as a result of the application for re-subdivision. I believe it's at 617 Elysian Fields Avenue. And I believe that the neighborhood groups raised a number of issues that we directly addressed in the revisions that we presented to you. So I think giving the neighborhood organization an opportunity to review those comments, an additional opportunity to review those comments, and opportunity to provide any feedback may be helpful, but certainly from our perspective would be warranted.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Rivers, for that. Commissioners, do you have any questions as it relates to what Stephen and Bob just mentioned?
Bob, I just have a
Yes.
Stephen, I was just, there were other neighborhoods requesting with similar requests, or so this wasn't just one neighborhood. I know that might have been the first, but there was.
Yes, we got an inquiry this week from the Garden District Association asking when the subdivision regulations is going to be deferred to. And so it's basically the same question that was raised by the Faubourg Marigny Improvement Association. And I forgot to acknowledge that there is a representative from FMIA. We invited them to be the quote unquote requester, since they raised the issue, and it's their interest in gaining further access. So Mr. Seymour is on the call and to speak on behalf of FMIA at this time as well.
All right, Mr. Seymour, is there anything you'd like to add?
Can you all hear me?
Yes, just state your name and address just for the record, Mr. Seymour. And then you have the.
We, the FMIA, are not in complete agreement that the public was afforded the proper amount of input and access in this process of creating new subdivision regulations. We did some work and we found that in a number of documents, it's absolutely clear that a public hearing should be held if there's going to be any amendment made to the subdivision regulations. That's in the subdivision regulations themselves. It says regulations may not be amended by the commission until after a public hearing. It's in the CPC's own administrative rules, policies, and procedures, which says that amendments to the subdivision rules can't be considered by the commission until after such changes have been afforded a public hearing. The Home Rule Charter also states that the city shall establish a process, an organized and effective neighborhood participation in land use decisions. It shall provide for timely notice to a neighborhood of any proposed land use action affecting the neighborhood, and also provide the opportunity for meaningful neighborhood review and comment on such proposals. And finally, Louisiana state statutes say, before recommending its subdivision regulations or any amendment thereto, the commission shall hold a public hearing thereon, at least 10 days notice of time and place, which shall be published in the newspaper of general circulation. We don't feel there's been adequate opportunity for the stakeholders here to participate in the process. We view subdivision regulations as a topic that is at least as important as short-term rentals or outdoor entertainment. And you all are aware that those two particular topics were subject to numerous requests for public input. I think there were even some committee reports that were done and committee studies that were done. So it seemed to us at this point that we just frankly, we don't see why anybody would be against having the neighborhoods actively participate in something this significant.
All right, Mr. Seymour, just could you state your name and address for the record?
Yeah, 2227 Royal Street in New Orleans, Jeffrey Seymour.
All right, and thank you, Mr. Seymour. And as the chair of the CPC, I would just like to thank Mrs. Seymour and also our executive director. Bob immediately called and brought it to my attention of what transpired. And even during the meeting, I actually mentioned that it was listed for deferral because of the way that it was listed on our agenda. And as a CPC, it is our goal to work with our community partners to make sure that that does not transpire. Again, Mr. Seymour, so thank you for bringing that to our attention. And then
may I make one final comment?
And just in the future, we're going to make sure that we work better to inform all neighborhood organizations and associations about any subdivision regulation change that may be happening in the area. And yes, and you can make one more final statement.
One final comment to simply push this back 2 weeks to the next hearing, CPC hearing, we don't think is sufficient considering the magnitude of this topic and the interest that so many people have in it. So this needs to be reviewed in the full public hearing. It just makes sense. It seems appropriate. It seems the correct way to do it. I know people have some sense of urgency, but I think it's far more important that this get done correctly than it get done quickly.
All right. Thank you, Mr.
Can I make one more comment?
Yes, please, Bob. I was going to ask you to, because from what I'm seeing in the history of what we've done here, the staff, while it has been an unusual year, I agree with you that all this was done per the books. And while it's hard, it's very easy to understand how it was missed. And I think it's a good idea for us to do this. I would like to hear from you on some of the things he said that I disagree with.
Sure. I just wanted to kind of underscore that the comments that Mr. Seymour made were essentially that a public hearing was not held. And so there were public hearings held twice with this commission, once with the committee, and all were noticed in accordance with the rulemaking requirements, which apply to a revision of regulations of this type. What we are also saying is that we agree with Mr. Seymour and FMIA and others that the legal requirements in this case were less than satisfactory and that we should have been more proactive about noticing the fact that these were being acted upon. So what I'm suggesting is the solution is that we put it back out, give the public time to review and comment on what is out there, and hold another public hearing so that you all can receive that comment and recommend any changes as you see fit. And to the question of timing, we are not wed to the next meeting. That's an open question for you all to determine what is most appropriate on that.
All right.
Thank you.
At this time, any other commissioners have any comments or questions relates to subdivision regulation?
I want to thank the staff and particularly our executive director for doing incredibly diligent work to take into consideration the concerns that were raised by this neighborhood association in particular, make changes that met those concerns, and then to respond with grace to the arguments that they had not done so, despite very explicitly going out of their way to do so. and to meet the standards and to offer up exceeding those standards in response to critique. I think that is a measure of grace from a public body that is rare to see and admirable. And thank you for all of your work to do that.
Okay. Are there any other comments or questions for subdivision regulation?
Yeah, I would just like to repeat or underscore what Commissioner Mobley said. I think she said it exactly well and correctly, and I agree with everything she said, and I think I want to go on record saying that.
Same here. Thank you.
All right, so if there are no further comments or questions as relates to subdivision regulation, the time now is 2:53, and I remind the public that now is the time to submit any public comments from any zoning docket that we're taking action on today. And at the time now, 2:53, the chair will entertain a motion for a 30-minute recess.
Commissioner Witry will have a motion for 30-minute recess for 3:25.
Okay. Is there a second to that motion?
Stieg seconds.
All right, it's been moved by Commissioner Witry for a 30-minute recess for us to reconvene at 3:25. It's been seconded by Commissioner Stieg. Is there any further discussion on that motion? Any further discussion on that motion? If there's no further discussion on that motion, I'll call the question. Commissioner Brown.
Yeah.
Commissioner Lund.
Yes.
Commissioner Mobley.
Yes.
Commissioner Stieg.
Yes.
Yes. Commissioner Witry.
Yes.
Support for the motion, and the motion is carried, and we reconvene at 3:25. All right, commissioners, the time now is 3:25. If you're back, can you just turn your cameras on so that we can come out of recess? I know we're still waiting on our public comments to review those.
I think they just arrived.
All right, thank you, Commissioner Lund. Look, your system must be faster than mine. I must have firewalls because I didn't receive it yet. All right, commissioners, if you check your emails, you should have received the public comment. You can start reviewing those. I'll do a roll call right now so that we can come out of recess. All right, Commissioner Brown,
Present.
Commissioner Lund,
Present.
Commissioner Mobley,
Present.
Commissioner Stieg. All right, Commissioner Stieg is waving his hand.
Yes, had to get to the unmute button. Present.
And then Commissioner Witchery.
Yes.
So we do have a quorum. And we will start with our first zoning docket, 5521.
So there are no public comments for that docket. We're not going to have any public comments till we get to zoning docket 6221.
All right. All right, Stephen, can you recap what staff recommendation was for zoning docket 5521?
Staff recommends approval.
All right, so commissioners, at this time now, is there a motion or comments for staff as it relates to this zoning docket?
Commissioner Lund, move for approval of zoning docket 5521 as recommended in the staff report, subject to 10 provisos.
All right, is there a second to that motion?
Commissioner Witchery will second.
I was going to move my Commissioner Lund for approval of zoning docket 5521 and seconded by Commissioner Witchery. Is there any further discussion? Any further discussion on the motion on the floor? There's no further discussion. I'll call the question. Commissioner Brown.
Yes.
Lund.
Yes.
Mobley.
Yes.
Teague.
Yes.
Stewart. Yes. Commissioner Weberg.
Yes.
Witchery.
Yes.
Unanimous support for approval of zoning docket 5521. Now we'll go to zoning docket 5721.
No public comments.
No public comments. And Stephen, we had a request for a deferral.
Deferral to August 24.
To August 24. Commissioner, at this time, do we have a motion for staff?
So this is Commissioner Stieg. I move for deferral to August 20.
I'm sorry, may I interrupt? I think we're
Sure.
recommending deferral to September 14th.
Haley, it's actually August 24th because the 14th
Okay.
is past deadline on this one.
Okay.
So I'll move for deferral to August 24.
Right, is there a second to that motion?
Commissioner Weidberg seconds.
All right, so zoning docket 5721, we have a motion from Commissioner Stieg for deferral until the August 24th, seconded by Commissioner Weberg. At this time now, is there any further discussion on the motion on the floor? Any further discussion on the motion on the floor? There's no further discussion on the motion. I'll call the question. Commissioner Brown,
Yes.
one,
Yes.
Mobley,
Yes.
Teague,
Yes.
Stewart, yes. Commissioner Weberg,
Yes.
Richard.
Yes.
Unanimous support for deferral to August 24th for zoning docket 5721. We'll continue to move on to zoning docket 5821.
No public comments.
Stephen, you're on mute.
Sorry. Staff recommendation is for denial.
All right. Commissioners, at this time now, is there a motion or comments or questions for staff as it relates to zoning docket 5821?
This is Commissioner Witchery. I'd like to make a motion. I'm actually going to recommend going against staff approval, which I don't like to do, but in this particular situation, I know it does not meet the criteria for a waiver with the 200 feet. However, in this particular location, and knowing that there is an automotive cars dealership on one side and there hasn't been any type of opposition from the surrounding neighbors, I would like to recommend that we could approve this application as submitted.
I'd like to second that motion, Mr. Milan. I just concur with that rationale.
So I'll restate that if I could. So that's going to be approval with one waiver, which is of that spacing requirement, and the provisos that are the three provisos in the staff report. Is that correct?
Yes, Stephen, one day I'm going to make you proud with my motions, but that is correct.
So we have a motion on the floor by Commissioner Witchery to go against staff's recommendation and approve the zoning docket with one waiver and three provisos, and that motion has been seconded by Commissioner One. Is there any further discussion on the motion? So we go against staff recommendation.
I would like to add just one thing, knowing the history, because I had researched it as well, that it was, a dry cleaners and then also the hair salon and a reception. So there is history here with this particular application on what their use is going to be, which makes me comfortable with my motion.
Absolutely. And I'll second that as well, as that next to the auto is also another event hall that is used by the Zulu Club. So I think this is relevant. And so that I will be supporting the motion as well. So at this time, commissioners, if there's no further discussion, I'll call the question. Commissioner Brown.
Yes.
Commissioner Lund.
Yes.
Mobley.
Yes, and Katie, I appreciate your emotions.
Steve.
I don't know how to follow that. I'll just say yes.
Commissioner Stewart, yes. Commissioner Weber.
I too am moved. Yes.
Commissioner Witcher.
My motions need to be as eloquent as Commissioner Mobley's, but that's what I strive for. Yes, very much so. I wish them the best of luck.
All right, unanimous support for the applicants to go against staff recommendation for to move the application forward on zoning docket 5821. All right, next we'll move to zoning docket 5921.
No public comments.
Staff recommends approval with 7 provisos.
All right, so.
Commissioner Stewart, sorry to interrupt. We did want to recommend 8 total provisos. 1 was left out of the recommendation section of the report. So
that one, the additional provisos deals with the signage. So it's
that's correct. It's requiring that any signage that is submitted be compliant with the requirements of Article 24 of the CZO.
All right. So at this time, now, commissioners, are there any questions for staff or a motion?
Commissioner Brown will move approval with the 8 provisos as mentioned by staff.
Commissioner Witchery will second.
All right, it's been moved by Commissioner Brown for approval with the 8 provisos as listed in the staff report, seconded by Commissioner Witchery. Is there any further discussion on the motion? Any further discussion on the motion? There's no further discussion on the motion. I'll call the question. Commissioner Brown,
Yes.
Commissioner Lund,
Yes.
Mobley,
Yes.
Stewart, yes. Commissioner Stieg,
Yes.
Commissioner Weber,
Yes.
Mr. Richard.
Yes.
Unanimous support for the motion for approval. Now we'll be moved to zoning docket 6021.
6021 is the proposed text amendment to authorize public market as a permitted use in the SB1 Suburban Business District. Staff recommends approval. And there are no public comments.
So Commissioner, at this time now, any questions, comments, or any motion?
Commissioner Mobley, a motion to approve in accordance with staff recommendation.
Commissioner Witry will second.
It's been moved by Commissioner Mobley for approval of zoning docket 6021, seconded by Commissioner Witry. Is there any further discussion on the motion on the floor? Any further discussion? There's no further discussion. I'll call the question. No. Commissioner Brown,
Yes.
Commissioner Lund,
Yes.
Mobley,
Yes.
Steve,
Yes.
Stewart, yes. Commissioner Weber,
Yes.
Yes.
Unanimous support for approval for zoning docket 6021, which now brings us to zoning docket 6121.
No public comments.
The staff recommendation is for denial.
At this time now, are there any questions for staff, comments, or a motion for zoning docket 6121?
This is Commissioner Witry. I do just want to make a comment that I noticed in the legal description that it does note that this property has a bar or had a bar in the past. So I just want to make that as make a note. This would be for 3440 Piety Street when I looked up the legal description.
All right, then I just have a quick question for Stephen. The zoning change to SB1, is that the most restrictive zoning change that the applicant used to operate a business of that magnitude?
Yeah, that's the most restrictive commercial district that could be applied there.
All right, so commissioners, at this time now, do we have any more questions for staff, comments, or a motion?
This is Commissioner Mobley. I'm going to recommend denial in accordance with staff recommendation. I understand that the lot has a history as a bar. I also would say that the history of the neighborhood is of corner bars, grocery stores, and businesses for most of its existence. And due to that long history, there are many commercial properties available that could be used for this purpose. This applicant has come before us before with a lot inappropriate to his preferred use in immediate proximity of ones that were not. There are spot zones that we cannot avoid. There are causes that are too good to overlook, but there is also an abundance of other options for solution. And I don't find that this merits a change.
All right, so it's been moved by Commissioner Mobley for denial on zoning docket 6121. Is there a second to that motion?
Commissioner Lund, I'll second it.
All right, it's been moved by Commissioner Lund it's been moved by Commissioner Mobley for denial and seconded by Commissioner Lund. And is there any further discussion on the motion on the floor? Any further discussion on the motion on the floor? There's no further discussion. I'll call the question. Commissioner Brown,
Yes.
Commissioner One,
Yes.
Commissioner Mobley,
Yes.
Commissioner Stieg,
Yes.
Commissioner Stewart, yes. Commissioner Weberg,
Yes.
Commissioner Witcher.
No.
That's 6-1, and that motion passes for denial on zoning docket 6121. All right, we'll move on to zoning docket 6221.
Zoning docket 6221, we have probably over 100 comments. So I anticipate at some point that my voice will give out, and I'll ask Valerie McMillan, our new planner, to take over. And so I just wanted to introduce her at this point. She's waving to you. And so I'll get started on the public comments. You might remember her, Valerie, from her previous stint with city planning. First comment is from Brian Luckett, 936 Gallier Street, representing, did not put who he was representing, in opposition. The CPC staff acknowledged that this zoning change would constitute a spot zoning by using the spot zoning exemptions given in the CPC rulebook to justify it. However, the CPC rulebook is not the law. The CZO is the law and contains a provision called the Residential Diversity Overlay that explicitly states that its purpose is to prevent the use of spot zones to authorize commercial or higher density residential uses. Thus, there is a contradiction between the rulebook and the CZO, but the CPC staff have given the rulebook policies priority over the subsequently adopted law. This is topsy-turvy thinking. The law takes precedence. I urge the commissioners to uphold the CZO and recommend denial of this application. The city council may exercise its discretion in allowing the spot zone, but the CPC should honor the letter and spirit of the law. Next comment is from Mark Hecht, 833 Poland Avenue, representing the Bywater Neighborhood Association, in support. I am commenting today on behalf of the Bywater Neighborhood Association as a member of the B&A Zoning Committee in support of the requested zoning change at 805, 807 Louisa. There are countless reasons why, from a purely zoning perspective, this request should be approved as outlined in our letter from July 5th, 2021 that was submitted for the record. Some of the key positions are the historic non-conforming use and the physical characteristics of the property, its consistency with the plan for the 21st century, and its harmony with the historic character of the surrounding neighborhood. Last component goes beyond just the textual interpretation of this project. However, the owners who are long-term residents of the neighborhood truly care about this community. There are good neighbors who take care of their current property, making sure all the trash is disposed of and cleaned up, composted to be more exact. They donate a portion of their sales every week to a different nonprofit. During the pandemic, when so many of us were struggling with what was happening around us, they started this amazing pop-up business of selling snowballs on their front porch. This was such a welcome addition to the neighborhood that my family and I would walk there at least once, if not twice a weekend. You could not go there without witnessing everyone with a smile. It became a meeting spot for friends and neighbors in a time where this was only possible at a distance outside. It was a very important piece of the neighborhood then, and it will continue to be so as they move toward a permanent location moving forward. As an individual, I am completely serious in saying that my only concern about this proposed change is that Chance and Hell and Kitten and Lou will no longer be less than 2 blocks from my house, so I can easily walk there with my 3-year-old daughter and experience their warm neighborly spirit. As a member of the neighborhood, of which there is an overwhelming number of us in support, I look forward to them being able to expand their positive impact. Next, from Kelly Bryson and Erica Knott, in support. And their address is 805 Louisa. Erica Knott and I purchased 805 Louisa Street and the lot next door in the late 90s. We have lived together in Bywater for almost 30 years and raised our 2 boys here as well. Bywater and its people are important to our whole family. Upon putting our house on the market, I was surprised to find the greatest interest came from businesses looking to monetize the entire property without any owner occupancy. As COVID hit, the difficulty with bank financing curtailed these buyers. As fate would have it, Susanna and Ricky came to see our home and fell in love with the house with its storefront windows perfectly situated by a corner filled with the bustle of life and business. The Les Girls proposal met every checkbox for the perfect family to own our home, a restaurant with NOLA mainstay foods and snowballs downstairs, as well as a boutique in the front room. of significance to us, they wanted to live upstairs and keep the lot as the backyard oasis we had created. Although 805 Louisa with the overlay could be a specialty restaurant now, I think the zoning change to allow a full restaurant with liquor will help ensure their success. Without the zoning change at Louisa, a new building for their restaurant could be erected on the yard, which is zoned commercial. From a couple of that strives to limit their environmental footprint by recycling, it does not surprise me that Suzanne and Ricky would very much use the existing building for their restaurant rather than building something entirely new. With most new businesses, it might be difficult to know how they will act as neighbors. However, they have operated their snowball stand off of their porch on Burgundy during COVID. One can tell they were respectful in every way because many of the neighbors wrote letters of support. They weren't great neighbors because they might need letters of support someday. They were great neighbors who ran a business that didn't disturb others, recycled their trash, maintained reasonable operating hours, and befriended lots of folks because those are the kind of people they are. I don't believe for a second they will move 10 blocks to Louisa and change in any way. I think their kindness, thoughtfulness, and lovely dash of spice is more than a business model. I believe it is who they are. Next, from Laura Stein, 3705 St. Claude, in support. I'm writing to express my enthusiastic support for a zoning change from HMR3 to HMC2 for 805, 807 Louisa Street. Zoning docket 6221 for Chance and Hell snowballs. I would love to see the 805, 807 Louisa Street property restored to its original mixed-use zoning and add that commercial, vibrant commercial corner, which is already at the heart of business activity in the area. I have personally known the owners since 2012 when I founded Dancing Grounds. In fact, they are one of the first people to teach classes in my living room prior to opening our studios on St. Claude. Not only are they incredibly responsible and inspiring business owners, they are talented performing artists that contribute to the cultural fabric of our city. Chance and Hell has emerged as a center of joy and celebration for our Bywater neighborhood in the midst of the global pandemic. We love that they use their platform to raise funds for local charitable orgs. They are so intentional in everything they do, from using local and seasonal ingredients to composting all their materials. They're such responsible, loving, and caring community members. It doesn't hurt that the snowballs are incredibly delicious too. I've been taking my 1-year-old daughter, Leah, to Chance and Hell weekly. It's the sweetest family outing. There's always an eclectic line of locals waiting for their favorite flavors and create a fun-loving, family-friendly atmosphere for everyone. Dancing Grounds' story is not dissimilar to Chance and Hell. We are both artists that started new businesses from our homes and grew with a force of community support to need a commercial location. The opportunity to relocate to a commercial space allowed Dancing Grounds to reach thousands of residents we couldn't have otherwise reached. I hope the city will allow Chance and Hell the opportunity to do the same. Please don't hesitate to contact me with any follow-up questions. Laura Stein, Executive Director, Dancing Grounds. Next, from Ryan Hesseling, 3050 Royal Street. My name is Ryan Hesseling. My wife, Marcy, and I are, and he's in support. My wife, Marcy, and I are and have been full-time resident homeowners in Bywater for 25 years and also own businesses in the city of New Orleans, including Bywater. We are in full support of the proposed zoning change to accommodate the proposed business at this address. As well as being homeowners in Bywater, we also own a business just around the corner from the proposed zoning change location, Fifi's Bywater Beauty Parlor. We believe this additional business will fit perfectly with the existing businesses in our area. As homeowners approximately 2 blocks from the location, we would be delighted to have more business in our area that we could walk to, especially a business like this that is owned by residents of our neighborhood. We have known the others of Chance and Hell Snowballs for around 20 years, the owners, and they have always been the kindest, hardworking people we have ever known. Given the chance, they could make a great business at this location to be enjoyed by all. The Bywater neighborhood would truly benefit from a business like this. Next, from Malcolm Wellborn, 3012 Burgundy Street, in support. My name is Malcolm Wellborn, also known as a local musician, Papa Molly. My wife and I have been Bywater residents for nearly a decade and homeowners for most of those years at 3012 Burgundy. Prior to that, we lived just up the street in a balcony apartment above Webb's Bywater Music Store. We love our neighborhood as well as we are both in our mid-60s, plan to spend the rest of our days here. I'm writing to voice my full support for the proposed zoning change from HMR3 to HMC1 at 805, 807 Louisa Street, which would allow Chance and Hell Snowballs, currently a front porch pop-up on Burgundy, to operate as a restaurant, expand their menu, and apply for a liquor license. I also love the fact that their cups and straws are 100% compostable, yet sturdy enough not to get soggy, and that a portion of their profits are donated to various charities and worthwhile causes. I can also attest to the character and work ethic of the proprietors, collectively known as Les Girls and individually as Megan, Kitten, and Lou, which is exemplary. How would I know? I'm their father and father-in-law. I am also their neighbor, and I know that their ties to the Bywater go back even farther than mine pre-Katrina. Chance and Hell is just their latest successful endeavor, born of a need to create a safe income stream when a global pandemic shut down their other businesses. All three women have a long history of excelling at everything they do and doing it with style and panache. To visit their little pop-up operation and see the smiles on the faces of the kids and grown-ups as they get their snowball and take their first taste is heartwarming. And to see the friendly faces of their surrounding neighbors who have all told me repeatedly what great neighbors they are. Well, it makes their old dad's heart swell with pride. But business has now outgrown its front porch beginnings, and the location at 805, 807 Louisa Street is the perfect place for their little business to grow. They have a terrific plan to revitalize the historic building and join with the other bustling businesses on the block and immediate surrounding neighborhoods. Thank you. Next, from Charles Williamson, 811 Louisa Street, in support. I am writing to enthusiastically support the zoning change applications 6221 submitted for 805, 807 Louisa. As their immediate neighbor, I believe this is a needed change to continue the revitalization of this historic neighborhood. I bought my house in December 2019 and was attracted to this particular block because it was anchored on all four corners by historically commercial properties. Bywater was once a vibrant neighborhood characterized by mom and pop businesses on many of the corners. I believe that to honor the history of the neighborhood, we must commit to bringing more of the corner businesses back. I love walking around the corner for po' boys at Frady's, walking across the street for coffee at Alma, and I know I will love walking next door for snowballs and a bite to eat. I also support this change in zoning based on the proposed business plan with the property. Les Girls is a brand with roots in Bywater and a strong commitment to this community. Their brand is very much aligned with the artistry and sense of inclusion and that we so value in this neighborhood. I have followed them for a while on social media, and I'm truly impressed at the amount of fundraising and profit sharing they do to help New Orleans' most marginalized and underserved communities. Finally, I support this change in zoning as I feel it will facilitate rehabilitation of this property to maintain its historic significance. The property is in need of some TLC and aesthetic improvements to prevent it from further deteriorating. The Les Girls brand aesthetic is truly exceptional and also very much in keeping with the historic beauty of Bywater. One can walk by the property as it is now and see the old storefront windows sitting vacant and imagine the beauty of the building in times past. I'm quite confident the owners of Les Girls will bring this property back to its former glory to improve and continue the historical restoration of this block. As a neighbor who would be most impacted by the change, I feel strongly that the application for the change should be approved. I am aware that some of the neighbors are concerned about parking and the permanence of this change, but personally feel this should not impede the revitalization of our historic. Thank you. Next, from Haley Weinstein, 726 Louisa, in support. As a neighbor on the block of 700 Louisa, I support a zoning change from HMR3 to HMC2 for 805, 807 Louisa Street, zoning docket 6221. Chance and Hell Snowballs was the highlight of my year in 2020. No matter how tough my week was, I had delicious snowballs to look forward to every weekend. When I found out they wanted to move to a permanent space on Louisa Street, I couldn't have been more excited. I have a severe peanut allergy, and you usually can't get ice cream from a store because of cross-contamination. Not only are their snowballs peanut-free, most dietary allergies restrictions can be accommodated. They even have vegan options. Plus, they have fresh, local, and seasonal ingredients. I've never had an experience at their pop-up that hasn't been less than amazing. Even once they started gaining popularity, Kitten and Lou were conscious of their neighbors and maintain effective line crowd management. All of their paper products are compostable, and they personally compost them. I don't think I've ever been to a business in New Orleans as earth conscientious. Every week, they raise money for local charitable organizations. The concerns about traffic, noise, crowds have been more about the existing businesses. I believe that the addition of Chance and Hell would cause no more additional challenges than there already are. The building previously operated with a ground floor business, and now it's just a vacant space. I would love to see the former storefront as a business again. I love that by supporting Chance and Hell, I am also supporting the LGBT plus community. New Orleans needs more queer woman-owned businesses. Their success may even inspire others to follow their dreams. I wish Chance and Hell the best of luck, and I can't wait to see them at 805, 807 Louisa. Best, Haley Weinstein, 726 Louisa Street. Next, from James Noon, 729 Bartholomew Street, in support. I'm writing to support a zoning change from HMR3 to HMC1 for 805, 807 Louisa Street, zoning docket 6221. Chance and Hell snowballs have quickly become a part of the fabric of Bywater. As one of the neighbors, I would welcome a permanent home for their wares. Kitten and Lou are fixtures in Bywater and the LGBTQ firmament. I am confident that their establishment can only add to the quality of the neighborhood. Please support the rezoning proposal. Thank you, James Noon, 729 Bartholomew. Next, from Andy Beiser, 3155 Burgundy, in support. My wife, Jessica, and I live at 3155 Burgundy, just around the corner from 805, 807 Louisa Street. We have owned our home since 2006 and are raising 2 daughters there. We fully support the zoning change for this property. First, we love the idea of a snowball stand restaurant right around the corner. We're already big fans of Pizza Delicious, Brats Y'all, Satsuma, and Cafe Alma. It'd be great to have another spot just a block away, especially one with snowballs. We've had their snowballs many times this past year, and they are delicious. Second, we know Megan, Kitten, and Lou personally and can vouch that they will be excellent stewards of the property. I know they care about the neighborhood, and they will run the business responsibly. Finally, I was at the public meeting about this zoning change and felt like the detractors were overreacting about potential parking issues. I'm frequently walking around my neighborhood and I see people jumping in and out of Ubers all the time. I would consider Chance and Hell to be yet another destination that these folks visit. I'm not worried about their customers eating up all the residential on-street parking. Seems like the tourists take Ubers. Thanks for your consideration. I hope the zoning change goes through. Next, from Kyle Digby, 3312 Dauphine, in support. My wife, Emily, and I are writing to support the zoning change application submitted at 805, 807 Louisa. As their immediate neighbor, I believe this is a needed change to continue the revitalization of this historic neighborhood. One of the best parts of the neighborhood is the small businesses that holds the locals together, brings in other folks from around the city, and make it known that one of the country's most unique neighborhoods. Chance and Hell Snowballs is super unique Bywater-born business that fits in perfectly with the unique Bywater culture. We live at 3312 Dauphine, 1 block from the new location. Parking has never been an issue around our house. On the busiest and hottest summer day, I may not get to park directly in front of my house like I typically do, but I will never have to go further than a block away. Also, in the hot summer afternoons when Chance and Hell will be busiest, like other small cafes and restaurants in the area will already be closed. Parking will not be a problem. Finally, the building at Chance and Hell Snowballs will go in as a beautiful, old, historic mixed-use building that historically had a commercial space on the first floor. I support having this space converted back to commercial because it will continue to revitalize the neighborhood, where there used to be a small commercial buildings on many of the corners. Thank you for your time and consideration. All the best, Kyle Digby. Next, from Nancy Gunn, 1336 Joseph Street, in support. I'm writing today to offer my unconditional support for a zoning change which would allow Chance and Hell Snowballs to operate out of 805, 807 Louisa Street, HMR3 to HMC 1 for 805, 807 Louisa Street, zoning docket 6221. As a former longtime resident of Marigny and a small business owner, I feel I have some insight to speak about this wonderful enterprise. Till last month, I was owner of the Old Sweet Olive B&B on Rampart Street. I know that local businesses such as Chance and Hell are important culture bearers of our community. A visit to Chance and Hell became a fond memory for many of our guests visiting the city. Clearly, the business was a beloved part of Bywater, but is also one of the things that makes New Orleans special, quirky, wonderful, magic. These are, of course, all things that bring visitors and revenue to our city. In addition, I believe that Chance and Hell will benefit the neighborhood by restoring a historic building to its original small business use. And then there's the lagniappe. They are also dedicated to raising money for charity and awareness of the environment. And of course, they are creating the most delicious snowballs I've ever tasted. As we emerge from this pandemic, I believe we need a little sweetness in our lives, perhaps now more than ever before. In short, I believe in Chance and Hell. I think that they are an important part of the fabric of the community, and restoring the commercial zoning for this storefront seems to be the perfect way to keep the business around for a long, long time. Sincerely, Nancy Gunn, Adjunct Professor and Production Director, Tulane University Department of Theater and Dance. Next, from Dr. Colin Rutner, 900 Bartholomew Street. In support, I am contacting you to let you know my support for the zoning change from HMR3 to HMC1 for 805-807 Louisa Street, zoning docket 6221. Chance and Hell Snowballs is an integral part of Bywater neighborhood that I live in. I look forward to the weekend where I can get a tasty treat for myself and my dog. They provide a unique service for the neighborhood using local and seasonal ingredients while continuing the snowball traditions of New Orleans. Chance and Hell was one of the few businesses I felt comfortable going to during the pandemic and was a distinct reward for treating patients during this difficult time. It is imperative that the zoning for this address is changed, as it will provide an additional space for their business and allow them to expand. As a homeowner in the Bywater neighborhood, the need for mixed-use developments will add to the grassroots, inclusive feeling that I have come to love in living here, and will also increase property values for all those nearby. Sincerely, Dr. Colin Rutner, 900 Bartholomew. Next, from Nicoletta Srimak, in support. I'm 900 Bartholomew, Unit 213. I'm writing this morning to share my strong support of the proposed zoning change from HMR3 to HMC1 for 805-807 Louisa Street, zoning docket 6221, to provide a permanent Bywater home to Chance and Hell Snowballs. I urge you to please support and approve the zoning change on behalf of my family, friends, and neighbors. My partner Colin and I moved to Bywater 1 year ago for Colin to start his residency at UMC Hospital. We purchased our condo in the Saxony building at 900 Bartholomew and love living in the neighborhood. Since moving here as a stranger, not knowing anyone, and working remotely from home, walking to Chance and Hell Snowballs each week has been a savior for me personally. Much more than just a spot to get a delicious natural snowball, Chance and Hell is a community gathering place. One strong evidence in this is, for me, is the mission to support local organizations every week. The act of buying a snowball is a way for me to invest in and support my neighbors and community. Chance and Hell has been a space for me to feel welcomed into the neighborhood, to meet Kitten and Lou, and so many wonderful neighbors I didn't know. Chance and Hell has made me feel that the Bywater neighborhood is my home, that I am welcomed and belong here. I believe that this is what draws the crowds to Chance and Hell every week, not only delicious snowballs, but the atmosphere and environment that they have created and that so many people want to be a part of. Surely many like me who are newcomers or shy in the neighborhood and are drawn out of their houses and apartments to gather at Chance and Hell. Please consider making this a permanent fixture in Bywater. It clearly benefits the neighborhood so much, and we would love to keep visiting, especially with extended hours and capacity, making it that much easier. Thank you very much for reading and considering my letter, and for all the work you do on behalf of this beautiful city. Nicoletta Srimak, 900 Bartholomew, Unit 213. Next, from Marcy Hesseling, 3050 Royal Street, in support. I'm writing in support of the zoning change to property at 805-807 Louisa Street in Bywater. My husband Ryan and I are 25-year residents of Bywater and operate Fifi Mahoney's in the French Quarter and Fifi Bywater Beauty Parlor at 3212 Dauphine. We would welcome Megan, Susanna, and Ricky into our revitalized community of retail shops and restaurants. We have known Susanna and Megan, née Wellborn, for over 20 years. They have both been very successful in a few different ventures, including Rocket Science Salon on Elysian Fields. They have great style and class and are extremely hardworking sisters. They are a great fit for this property. Please consider their proposal for a return to commercial activity at this property. Next, Richard Cruz, 821 Louisa Street, in support. The applicants have shown that they are assets to Bywater. They have actively supported and strengthened the neighborhood. I look forward to their success and revitalization of the 805-807 Louisa Street property. I've been a fan of their snowballs since last summer. I can't wait to have them serving just a few doors down from me. Richard Cruz, 821 Louisa. Next, from Cassandra, in support, 1237 Gallier Street. I fully support a zoning change from HMR3 to HMC1 for 805, 807 Louisa Street, zoning docket 6221. My favorite thing about Bywater are the artistic, small business owned places. Chance and Hell brought so much joy to the neighborhood during the pandemic and has continued to be a beaming light to all those who live near and far. Chance and Hell will be a terrific addition to the neighborhood, bringing us some sweet treats and good old-fashioned neighborly love. They use local farms where they make their homemade syrups that are out of this world delicious. I can only imagine what their full menu will look like if given the opportunity to expand. Bywater and New Orleans in general is all about history, and having a business that wants to come in and restore a historic building is much preferred over a new business ripping down history and turning the neighborhood into something it's not. Chance and Hell will be 100% keep the integrity of the neighborhood, and it will be beautiful. In specific, this building will always be a commercial property, and it would be fun to see it back in action. Please give this amazing and heartfelt business what they need to thrive in our community. Everyone in the neighborhood, all ages and all people can, have, and will enjoy all things Chance and Hell has to offer. Next, from Audria Larson, 911 Louisa Street, in support. I am writing in support of the zoning change from HMR3 to HMC1 for 805, 807 Louisa Street, zoning docket 6221. As a Bywater resident who lives on Louisa Street, I have greatly enjoyed Chance and Hell snowballs. They were a bright spot during the early days of the pandemic and offered a safe way to enjoy community by way of delicious homemade snowballs when the world was so uncertain. I'm excited to learn that they want to expand and continue to thrive in our area. I really feel that Chance and Hell captures some of the many wonderful aspects of the Bywater area. Their creativity and can-do spirit has been an inspiration to me. I've been so impressed by their focus on raising money for charitable organizations and community members in need, and I am really looking forward to seeing how they transform 805, 807 Louisa Street as I walk by every day and think of the possibilities of the storefront. Every project there is exceptional, and I know this will be no different. I sincerely hope I can enjoy Chance and Hell just a hop, skip, and a jump from my doorstep soon. Thank you for your time, Audria Larson, 911 Louisa. Next, from Eileen Minahan, 1437 Bartholomew, in support. I'm writing in support of zoning change from HMR3 to HMC1 for 805, 807 Louisa Street, zoning docket 6221. Chance and Hell snowballs emerged in the midst of a global pandemic as a way for enterprising young people to find a way to pay their bills. It was brilliantly created and took off with gusto. The fact that it became so popular in such a short amount of time is testament to the character of its creators and the need for this type of business acumen in the neighborhood. Kitten and Lou have proven themselves to be astute entrepreneurs while embracing everything it means to be a good neighbor. They are using fresh, local, and seasonal ingredients. They have consistently donated a part of their profits to local charitable organizations. They use all compostable paper products and follow through with getting them composted. They're actually doing something that is good for the environment, which benefits everyone, including you. It was so uplifting during the pandemic to see a line of people socially distanced snaking up to this front porch where Kitten and Lou were happily concocting these wonderful, tasty treats. I'm excited to support these entrepreneurs in the next step of expanding their business. I love that they will be revitalizing a historic building and bringing it back to its original mixed use. I am dismayed by the misinformation and fear-mongering that has surfaced in the attempts to block these efforts. Bywater is a place that is known for embracing the creativity and ingenuity and uniqueness of its residents. Chance and Hell Snowballs has been a good neighbor, and I have complete confidence that it will continue that mission wherever it may reside. Please allow the zoning change for 805, 807 Louisa Street so that Chance and Hell Snowballs can have its best chance to thrive and further enhance this great neighborhood. Sincerely, Eileen Minahan, 1437 Bartholomew. Next, from Giuliano Pignataro, 3003 to 3032 St. Claude and 3023 to 35 North Rampart, in support. My address is 3000 to 3032 St. Claude and 3023 to 35 North Rampart. I am in support of the applicant's change of zoning application. The neighborhood would be lucky to have them set up their brick and mortar on Louisa. Their investment in the historic building should be lauded. The specific building location should be commercially activated. They are civically engaged, and if given this opportunity, I am sure it will pay dividends back to the community. Thank you for your time and attention. Next, from Elton Osborne and Chaya Conrad, 818 Desire, in support. I am writing this letter in support of the zoning change from HMR3 to HMC1 at 805-807 Louisa Street. I have been a Bywater resident homeowner for 20 years and a business owner for 4 years. As a resident, I have seen the transition this neighborhood has undergone from pre-Katrina blight to the thriving, highly desirable properties that are here now. As a business owner, my wife and I established a successful source for community interaction and celebration. We believe that one of the reasons attributed to our success is because of other small businesses. The neighborhood has become a destination for unique culinary options. There are many viable storefronts sitting dormant and should be occupied. A business like Chance and Hell would be a fine addition. Their presence and the use of locally sourced ingredients also helps everyone thrive. The use of compostable packaging and charitable contributions are sincere, heartfelt, and necessary. We'll hope you'll consider the zoning change. Next, from James Everett, 811 Louisa Street, in support. I'm writing in support of the zoning change application for 805-807 Louisa Street. I strongly support returning this historic building to its original use that shaped this neighborhood into a diverse community. Potential buyers, Les Girls, are strongly rooted in the community and give back a lot to the neighborhood. As a neighbor living directly next door, these are the kind of neighbors I wish to be next to. I understand some neighbors are concerned about parking and noise, but I ask them to consider a larger, more powerful business such as Sonder could see potential in this property and the adjoining commercially zoned lot and be a much less desirable neighbor. Parking has been tighter recently. However, I've never had an issue parking within 1 block of my property. I ask neighbors, consider that we live in a thriving city, close to the historic core and not a suburban planned community. Should parking become a long-term issue, perhaps as neighbors could consider petitioning for residential parking zone instead of aggressively opposing new businesses and growth. Restoring this building to a mixed-use property is essential to honoring the history of the building and the neighborhood. The property is in need of cosmetic repairs and that once completed will add great value to the neighborhood. It would be wonderful to see the historic window displays once again used for their original use. Thank you, James Everett, 811 Louisa Street. Next, from Mint Brian, 921 Alvar, in support. Hi, my name is Mint Brian, and I'm Bywater Musicians Village resident at 921 Alvar, and I wanted to write this email to voice my support for the zoning change from HMR3 to HMC2 at 805-807 Louisa Street, zoning docket 6221. Kitten and Lou, who run Chance and Hell Snowballs, are important members of the local queer community. They've been using their snowball pop-up for the last year or so to do a lot of good by the neighborhood, between giving hundreds of people something to look forward to in the time of COVID and using proceeds from their sales to support local charities. They've truly been busting their butts to give something nice back to the community and the neighborhood. And I think that allowing them to restore the building at 805-807 Louisa Street would allow them to do even more in a significantly bigger way. Over the last few years, between surging rent, Airbnb boom, and COVID-19, the Marigny Bywater neighborhoods have lost a lot of local businesses, including spaces designated for the arts, especially accessible and affordable rehearsal spaces. Kitten and Lou's plan to restore the building to its original mixed use would be a huge boon to both local neighborhood and the huge ever-growing community of artists that live in its vicinity. I hope you'll consider the zoning change to support local businesses that already have a history of giving back to the city, as well as the artists who make the city of New Orleans what it is. Mint Brian, AKA Velma Blair. Next, from Ryan Landry, 737 Lesseps Street, New Orleans, in support. I'm a neighbor who owns a house around the corner at 737 Lesseps, and I would most definitely welcome any business they propose because I know them to be good neighbors and great New Orleanians. I was delighted to see that these women who work so very hard for the soul of the community of New Orleans planned on opening or hope to open a new business on Louisa. Remember that Jimmy's Grocery is gone and I have nowhere but the Marigny to buy simple groceries. Anything would be an improvement. I have been to their snowball stand as well as Megan's hair salon. Both are professionally run and you always leave with a smile. I can't say the same for many other businesses in town. These people know what they are doing. In fact, they may be the hardest working people I know. I'm also a huge fan of restoration, and from what I have read The plan is to restore the building and put it back to its original use. What could be better than that? It's also important to me that they will be using local sources for their merchandise. This helps more people than just these three. It helps an entire community. What's more, they plan on using compostable paper products, another plus. And here's the topper, they have helped raise money for local charities, and from what I understand, they will continue to do so. What more could you ask for? Let's face it, small businesses that need our help, or else we'll all be standing outside another corporate nightmare like Starbucks, and the chance that I'll be in that line doesn't stand a chance in hell. Give these girls a break. You'll be glad you did. Next, from Jimmy Gale, 1300 Congress, in support. Since moving to Bywater, I have made the most incredible memories of lasting friendships. The community here is colorful and creative, and the culture of New Orleans is alive and well on these narrow streets, potholes and all. I cannot begin to tell you how many times I've walked over to Chance and Hell to get myself an artisanal snowball and one for my little dog, Ursula, too. The first time I saw a post about them on Instagram, I knew this needed to be a regular thing. Community supports them and they support us back. When I started Crew of Pride floats this year, the folk at CIH Snowballs were among the first to sign up and show their support, pride for my community, building a beautiful pride display and creating important conversations around supporting and lifting up queer communities, trans communities, and communities of color. This is so much more than a neighborhood snowball shack. It's a gathering space that upholds what New Orleans is all about. There's no better way to get to know your neighbors than learn the history, life on the porch, sharing food with strangers, and discovering what we have more in common than we could ever realize. I'm hoping that this email will change your mind, allowing them to expand their business and get the proper zoning would be a blessing to our neighborhood. Thank you. In community, Jimmy Gale, 1300 Congress. Next, from Rebecca Keel, 815 Louisa Street, in support. I'm writing in support of the zoning change application for 805, 807 Louisa Street. I strongly support returning this historic building to its original use that shaped the neighborhood into a diverse community. The potential buyers, like girls, are strongly rooted in the community and give a lot back to the neighborhood. As a neighbor living 2 doors down, these are the kind of neighbors I wish to live near and to share a cup of coffee with in the morning. Bywater was once a vibrant neighborhood characterized by mom and pop businesses on many corners. I believe that to honor the history of the neighborhood, we must commit to bringing back more of the corner businesses. I love walking around the corner to grab a sandwich from Satsuma, checking out the potential art finds in the thrift store, and just being constantly inspired by the artists who live here. It's why I moved to this neighborhood. Les Girls are artistic in their brand and their vision. Our community should continue to empower those businesses that will add texture and layers to the fabric of our vibrant and unique story. I understand some neighbors are concerned about parking and noise, but I ask them to consider a larger, more powerful business such as Sonder could see the potential in this property and the adjoining commercially zoned lot and become a much less desirable neighborhood. Parking has been tighter recently. However, I've never had an issue with parking within 1 block of my property. I ask that my neighbors consider that we live in a thriving city close to the historic core and not a suburban planned community. Should parking become a long-term issue, perhaps as neighbors, we could consider petitioning for a residential parking zone instead of aggressively opposing new businesses and growth. Restoring this business to a mixed-use property is essential to honoring the history of the building and the neighborhood. The property is also in need of some cosmetic repairs that once completed will add great value to the neighborhood. It would be wonderful to see the historic window displays once again and be used for their original use. Next, from Trixie Minks, 1414 Mandeville Street, in support. Hi, my name is Trixie Minks, legal name Alexis Graber, resident at 1414 Mandeville Street, New Orleans. I am writing in support of a zoning change from HMR3 to HMC2 for 805, 807 Louisa Street, zoning docket 6221. Kitten and Lou are artists based in Bywater, and I have had the privilege to perform with and call friends. Based on beyond their work as cabaret performers, they created an amazing business called Chance and Hell Snowballs last year in the midst of the pandemic when the country as a whole had turned their backs on so many. These two went above and beyond, not simply start this business and to provide for themselves, but also to contribute to our community. I'm a proud New Orleanian. I've been here since 2001 and a homeowner in St. Roch since 2006, and genuinely I care about the city and the amazing people who also call it home. I believe Kitten and Lou, who are also homeowners in Bywater, would only further enhance the culture quality of this historic neighborhood through their business operation. Next, from Michelle McDermott, 3218 Dauphine, 3417 Burgundy, 914 Gallier, in support. In support of zoning change from HMR3 to HMC2 for 805, 807 Louisa Street, zoning docket 6221, I am writing this letter to indicate my position. As a nearly 2-decade residential Bywater property owner and owner of the business property at 3218 Dauphine in between Louisa and Piety, I am very protective of what is developed in our beloved neighborhood. I've known all the people involved in this project for close to 20 years and consider them to be my good friends doing good work. Professionally, my work is based in the service industry. I've been in the wine business in New Orleans since 2000 and have witnessed up close and personally what it takes for business owners to uphold the integrity of a neighborhood space. Susanna, Ricky, and Megan are community-minded people who want to offer quality service to the neighborhood that they have grown to adore in the last 2 decades. Personally, I am a father and uncle who seeks family-friendly businesses, and Chance and Hell Snowballs are in our regular family fun rotation. Healthy, locally sourced treats, always warm and friendly vibes. I've especially enjoyed engaging with my children in a discussion about community conscious and fundraising opportunities that we constantly learn about through the Snowball Stand. It has come to my attention that people who are opposing the zoning change fear that this group will do a bait and switch and create something other than what is proposed. My question is, how can you make that assumption? Certainly not based on what they have evidenced to us thus far on a consistent basis. They are people of their word and have earned the benefit of the doubt. Again, I've known people involved on a personal level for an extensive amount of time, and so I believe wholeheartedly that they will continue to be a major asset to the community. Let's put our energy into stopping other people who have no real invested interest in the neighborhood other than buying up real estate for personal financial investment. Sincerely, Michelle McDermott, property owner, 914 Gallier. Next, from Noah Duffy, 811 Louisa Street, in support. As an immediate neighbor living at 811 Louisa Street, I'm writing to express my enthusiastic support for a zoning change from HMR3 to HMC1 for 805, 807 Louisa Street, zoning docket 6221. Please give us our Chance in Hell Snowballs. I've spent my whole life as a professional artist in and out of Bywater and have seen much change in the city of New Orleans in that time. The one thing that hasn't changed is the joyful community character of Bywater. As career artists, as ethical business owners, and as longtime residents of New Orleans, Kitten and Lou exemplify that community character. I live at 811 Louisa Street as the immediate neighbor of the historic building they plan to restore, and I would love to see it revitalized to its former mixed use. Our corner is already quietly bustling with local restaurants and shops, and Chance and Hell's iconic snowballs, homemade with local produce, would be right at home. Even more so once they are able to expand the menu and serve up even tastier treats. I'm perhaps most excited that Kitten and Lou are going to live on the second floor while owning and operating the restaurant. This kind of building usage feels like the Bywater I know and love and ensures that locals are investing in the needs of their own neighborhood. Plus, as a queer community organizer myself, I love that Kitten and Lou constantly raise funds for intersectional organizations that make New Orleans the best city in the world. Who wouldn't want to support local queer women who are deepening the roots of an ethical empire? Unfortunately, over the last few weeks, I've seen all too clearly the kind of neighbors that are combating this natural growth. Curmudgeons have unleashed a slew of scare tactics riddled with misogynistic and homophobic dog whistling to maintain the stranglehold of gentrification that they've clutched since the 1980s. I'm embarrassed by these people that seem to have nothing better to do than willfully misunderstand community interests. I resent that the daily joy I feel living in Bywater has been drained by bitter campaigns full of inflammatory misinformation. But do you know what's been restoring my New Orleans joy over the past year of loss and hardship? Chance and Hell Snowballs. I'm proud to be one of the many loyal fans of Chance and Hell, along with dozens of other small business owners and hundreds of New Orleans locals. Please rezone 805, 807 Louisa Street so that Kitten and Lou can continue to invest in sustainable practices, neighborhood revitalization, and one hell of a snowball. Warmly, Noah Duffy. Next, from Christopher Dahl, 2352 54 St. Claude, in support. I am writing in support of the zoning change for 805, 807 Louisa Street, zoning docket 6221. I moved to the Marinee Bywater neighborhood 8 years ago and to open a butchery and restaurant and met Kitten and Lou at that time. I've always been a fan of their performances and more recently became a fan of their frozen treats. It is because of creative people like them and interesting businesses like one they want to create that I moved into this neighborhood and opened a business here. I've been watching with some hesitation as larger condo hotel establishments are being introduced into the neighborhood, so I was very glad to see Chance at Hell wants to expand into a full restaurant. I went to the NPP meetings and listened to the majority of the attendees root them on. A couple of people that were concerned said they were worried about the liquor license and parking. As a small restaurant owner in the neighborhood, I can say that 95% of my customers walked or rode their bikes to my shop. With respect to the alcohol permit, in my experience, I realized very quickly that without an alcohol license, there was no way I would stay open. People in New Orleans like to have a drink when they eat. The chances of making it as a small restaurant business without serving beer, wine in the city are quite slim. During the NPP meeting, I got to walk around 805 Louisa, and I can see why this is the perfect spot for them. They deserve this chance, and I hope you will grant them the opportunity. Next, from Becca Chapman, 3310 Dauphine, in support. I'm writing to overwhelmingly support the zoning change from HMR3 to HMC1 for 805, 807 Louisa Street, zoning docket 6221. I strongly support the use of this historic building by the potential buyers, Lake Girls, for their cultivation of community through Chance and Hell snowballs and their unique antique storefront. Multiple times a day, I walk our dog down Dauphine Street, and seeing this property not utilized to its fullest potential diminishes the life of the neighborhood. When I first met the potential buyers, I immediately loved their true local New Orleans energy, one of creativity and honest, joyful devotion to the people of our neighborhood. Being from here, I can attest to this genuineness. They are a true representation of what our community is and values. It is more than just a snowball stand. As their snowball business grew, so did the support for the community. Every day they are open, they spotlight a local New Orleans organization to allow patrons to learn about and donate to. They even helped us to get our most recent foster dog a home. Also, they are mindful of waste and use all the compostable products to keep our environment safe. All in all, they raise the bar for what a local business can accomplish. As a business owner, I look up to them and admire them as they gain success, and that success is poured in the community surrounding them. Of course, there are concerns of parking and traffic in this area that typically gets busy during the weekends, but honestly, most of the traffic is foot traffic. This is a neighborhood that most people bike or walk to. As a resident of this neighborhood, I rarely move my car because there are just so many things within walking distance. Lastly, we know based on the history of these potential buyers, that they will be putting tremendous care into the neighborhood as well as to the restoration of the building. With their prior experience and clear evidence of grit, this building and the neighborhood are in extraordinary hands. Please consider this zoning change from HMR3 to HMC1 for 805, 807 Louisa Street, zoning docket 6221. It will turn a block into even more of a community. Next, from Scott Martino, 737 Lesseps, in support. My name is Scott Martino, and I'm a resident of Bywater. Me and my husband have owned 737 Lesseps for about 7 years. I'm writing you in support of zoning change from HMR3 to HMC1 for 805, 807 Louisa Street, and also in support of the 3 women looking to make this change. I have known Kitten, Lou, and Megan Rose personally and professionally for 15 years now. We were friends and working partners in the performance world long before we became neighbors in Bywater. Just a wonderful twist of fate. I highlight this because I know in all those years, I've never seen them be anything but the most dedicated, passionate, talented, capable, driven women I know. When they set their sights on achieving something, it will be done, and with respect and integrity. A perfect example of this ability to turn an opportunity into a success is a Chance and Hell Snowballs itself. The venture in question with this zoning change, when met with the loss of it, the lose of any possibility of being able to do their craft profession during COVID pandemic, they chose to take the opportunity to pursue a concept that they have been thinking about for quite some time. Not only did the grassroots attempt at passing the pandemic time succeed, it flourished, sustaining them during this difficult time, but in turn giving the neighborhood a much needed injection of community, color, and life. When they set their sights on achieving a goal, It is always done with eyes on how they can make the lives of those around them and their community itself better as well. They are always an asset to any venture they put their collective names to, and the project to restore 805, 807 Louisa will no doubt be no different. Just like the block they're moving from in Bywater, the block they're moving to will only benefit from having them be a part of it. To deny this opportunity to both them and Bywater would be a disservice to both these women and Bywater as a community. Please seriously consider this zoning change and see it as restoring the property in question back to a vital service for the neighborhood. Next, from Lane LaCoy, 4010 Royal Street, in opposition. Having formerly owned and resided at 814 Louisa Street, I can say this is one of the finest residential blocks in Bywater and should not be spoiled with the commercial venture at 805 Louisa. This block is currently surrounded by commercial businesses, the Bargain Center at 3200 Dauphine, Satsuma at 3212 Dauphine, Alma Restaurant at 800 Louisa, the Country Club at 634 Louisa, Sui Generis at 3219 Burgundy, and restaurant formerly Maurepas, soon to be Sneaky Pickle at 3200 Burgundy. And restaurant formerly Oxalis still holds commercial status at 3162 Dauphine. This area is already congested with businesses and their customers, making parking difficult and negatively affecting the residents' quality of life on this block. We do not need another business on the 800 block of this pristine block. Next, from Cynthia Martin, 1027 Alvar in support. I love Chance and Hell Snowballs and I'm excited to be moving to Bywater and have them nearby. Even better than having them near is the opportunity to restore a building and put it to good use. It's a beautiful, funky neighborhood with neighbors who really care about and support the community. I support the zoning change from HMR3 to HMC1 for 805, 807 Louisa Street, zoning docket 6221. These wonderful people make a delicious product, support sustainability, which has been fairly rare in the city, and supports the local community, which is fortunately pretty common in New Orleans. I'm hoping that the opportunity to establish a brick and mortar, that they will be in the neighborhood for years to come. They were one of the first things that made me excited about buying a home in Bywater. Please allow them to continue to improve the neighborhood. Adam McDermott, 914 Gallier Street, in support. I'm in full support of the requested zoning change from HMR3 to HMC1 for 805, 807 Louisa Street. I have lived on the 900 block of Gallier since 2004. After much damage during Katrina and Rita, we came back from our evacuation to rebuild our home and create our life together. Our sons were born in our home and are now 13 and 10 years old, and they are true Bywater boys. We own 3 properties, including the building Satsuma is operating in. We have many seen many businesses come and go over the years. I think a family-run snowball stand and lunch spot would be a welcome addition to the neighborhood that would cater to younger families with children. We need some more diverse options like the very successful Rosalita's, Pizza D, and Satsuma. How nice would it be to have a slice of pizza and then, after a short walk, enjoy a crafted snowball? Small family-run businesses are what make Bywater fun and a nice place to live. This style of business should get full support versus larger hotel and apartment projects that we invariably hire from outside in the neighborhood and New Orleans. Sincerely, Adam McDermott, 914 Gallier. Next, from Sherry Smith, 725 Louisa, in support. My name is Sherry Smith and I am a resident of Bywater. I am writing to show my support for the zoning change for HMR3 to HMC1 for 805, 807 Louisa. I support the zoning change because I believe in the plans that Megan, Kitten, and Lou have to revitalize the historic space. Is important to maintain the funky, artsy, working class fabric that is Bywater. I love their plan to live, create, and serve the neighborhood that in that space by providing a venue for local artists to sell their wares, create and serve delicious snowballs and snacks, all while returning the building to a mixed use of business and residential space as it was in the past. When people invest their time, energy, and money on this level, it spreads out to the community in terms of raising money for local charities, caring about the cleanliness of our streets, and giving the neighborhood a place to take a break and chill for a bit. It also serves this niche time for later in the day for food and drink. Currently, the options are limited after 3. I also support the zoning change because an out-of-town corporation purchases that property instead. They may chop it up into several Airbnbs. This will have a negative impact on parking and street traffic. as well as the takeaway, an opportunity to have real neighbors move in that care for our community. No one is going to drive from Metairie to get a snowball. They're going to go to Sal's. Business model Kit and Lou will serve people that are already in the area. Please approve the zoning change. We already have so many outside investors gobbling up the property and changing the face of our neighborhood. This is an opportunity for people who already have deep ties to our community. The city needs to make sure that it can thrive here so we can remain the unique, funky city that everyone loves. Thanks for your time, Sherry Smith, 725 Louisa. Next from Amber Martin, 3151 Dauphine, in support. Proprietors of Chance and Hell, Kitten and Lou are a pillar of the community for as long as I've known them, bringing high-class entertainment and brilliant ideas to the forefront of the neighborhood and greater New Orleans area. There hasn't been one moment of knowing these ladies where there's been any doubt in my mind that they are an intrinsic part and force of Bywater. Even before the pandemic, these women of many towns were constantly bringing up fabulous entertainment and lifting our spirits. Once the pandemic came about, they kicked into high gear and started thinking of ways to keep economy rolling in the neighborhood. These women were continually bringing us fresh ideas, including delicious snowballs in the heat of the summer and other ways of safely lifting spirits during a very, very difficult time. I was amazed watching them perfectly and meticulously navigate the rules and regulations with regard to safety and awareness of COVID restrictions and limitations. In fact, it was truly inspirational. I am constantly being let down every time an old historical building gets demolished or refurbished in some awful modern gray colored mess, which upon which usually some non-resident is capitalizing. From my understanding, this property has had a variety of commercial uses dating back to the 1890s, including a bakery, a dressmaker shop, and a saloon. I want this property to be revitalized by the ladies of Chance and Hell and put them back into its original mixed use, giving us all another reason to contribute to the local economy while preserving the neighborhood charm. On another note, in regards to what Chance and Hell is bringing to the public, I appreciate that the girls use local and seasonal ingredients to craft the most delicious and inventive treats. I am thrilled to see what they can create with an expanded new menu. Today's climate crisis, we definitely need more effort on behalf of the community and business owners to do their part in protecting and preserving our severely compromised environment. Chance and Hell goes over and beyond in that effort, using all compostable paper products and actually following through to get them composted. As for community outreach, the ladies raise money for local charitable organizations every week. There is simply no reason to hold them back at this point, in my opinion. During the last year and a half, what may have been the darkest period of my life thus far, I actually look forward to walking over to Chance and Hell for a bright smile and delicious snowball. It is sometimes those little things that make such a huge difference. Chance and Hell most definitely made the pandemic a whole hell of a lot brighter for many of us. Thank you so much for your ear on what I feel is relevant and needed decision that you can implement to make our community and ourselves much happier. Next from Matt Morin, 838 Lesseps, in support. My name is Matt Morin. I live at the corner of Lesseps and Burgundy Street. I'm writing to express very strong support for the proposed zoning change at 805, 807 Louisa Street from HMR3 to HMC2. As an 11-year Bywater resident, I believe that our neighborhood is strengthened by the return of the historical commercial properties back to active retail uses. The 805-807 property is very clearly a historic retail building, and the HMC1 zoning and the proposed new use are totally appropriate for that area of the neighborhood in terms of allowable uses. I believe that the moderate intensity uses that are possible in that building under the new proposed zoning will add to the vitality of the neighborhood without allowing for uses that will overwhelm the surrounding blocks and with extreme crowds or parking problems. Although I think the zoning change is appropriate regardless of the specific occupant, I also think it's important for me to speak as a current neighbor of the Chance and Hell Snowball Stand, which is run by Kitten and Lou, the prospective owners of the new business at 805-807 Louisa. Chance and Hell, which is less than 1 block from my house, is one of the most community-minded businesses in New Orleans, and I think that incredibly warm feelings that have been generated among their neighbors and patrons in such a short time of operation is truly remarkable. I have never once been inconvenienced by Chance and Hell in any way, not in relation to parking, trash, crowds, noise, or any other use. I have total confidence that their incredibly delicious snowballs, uber responsible business practices, and contributions to the important local causes will continue if and when Chance and Hell moves to Louisa. I will miss having such a great place so close to where I am, but I'm extremely excited to see Kitten and Lou's business grow and have the chance to try a wider menu from them. I wish them the very best of luck and reiterate my strong support for this zoning change. Next, from Kaylin Johnson, 827 Louisa Street. In support, I am writing my support for zoning change from HMR3 to HMC1 for 805 Louisa Street, 6221. During the past year and throughout the pandemic, Chance and Hell has been a constant source of positivity, inclusivity, and yummy treats. My girlfriend and I moved to Bywater. One of our favorite things about living in this area is the large, welcoming queer community. Kitten and Lou were some of the first local residents and we couldn't wait to support. It means a lot to us to always support our local queer community. We currently live on the same block as 805, 807 Louisa Street at 827 Louisa, so we would be 4 doors down from them. So coming directly from residents who would live on the same block as them, Chance and Hell, Kitten and Lou are more than welcome. We would love to have another unique and local small business on the block. We also understand that the business is a historic building and we would love to see it back up and running and restored. But we really believe that this needs to be done by local Bywater residents. Chance and Hell is the perfect operation to restore the building. Overall, Kitten and Lou are the best people to take over the space and make it their own. We know that they will always give back to the community in whatever way possible, and that is what we support. We can't wait to have them join the block. Please reach out with any more questions. Thanks for your time, Kaylin Johnson, 827 Louisa. Next, from Christina O'Grady, 4211 Burgundy, in support. I'm writing to share my support for a zoning change in my neighborhood from HMR3 to HMC1 for 805, 807 Louisa Street, zoning docket 6221. The building has clear commercial architecture and a history of commercial use, so I feel that HMC1 zoning is a sensible choice. In addition to generally thinking that a commercial zoning is appropriate for the property, I am specifically excited about its proposed food service and retail use by Chance and Hell and Les Girls. I've had the pleasure of living next door to Kitten and Lou for several years and next door to the current incarnation of Chance and Hell Snowballs since Kitten and Lou opened the pop-up last year. Kitten and Lou have been great neighbors, both as residents and as business owners. The Snowballs are fantastic and they have brought a lot of joy to our block. And I'm so proud of the Bywater community for showing up to buy Snowballs and support the artists among us as they figure out how to make their way through the unpredictable times of the pandemic. Kitten and Lou are contributing to both the art and food culture of New Orleans, and I'm so excited to see that grow. My son Sid would also like to submit his support. He is 7 and already angling for a summer job serving snowballs when he's old enough. Thank you for the opportunity to share my support. Next, from Jessica Cormer, 1434 Desire. My wife and I live in St. Claude neighborhood and love going to Chance and Hell Snowballs up the street in Bywater whenever we get a chance. It was a lovely, safe getaway from the house during the pandemic, and Kitten and Lou never disappointed with their delicious flavor combos and the general cheer of the crew. Now that things are opening back up, we still frequent their little stand because the Snowballs continue to be great and they give back to the community through various charity donations. We would love to see Chance and Hell be able to move into the building where they can expand and further support the local community and economy. We support a zoning change from HMR3 to HMC1 for 805, 807 Louisa Street. Thank you, Jessica Coleman. Next, from Betsy Hazard, 713 Cluett, in support. I'd like to voice my support in the zoning change for 805, 807 Louisa. I live at 713 Cluett Street near that area and would love to see Chance and Hell Snowballs open there. We love taking our kids there, and I'm impressed with their commitment to donate a portion of their proceeds every week to different organizations. I love that they're locals and love our neighborhood as much as we do. Not to mention they have the best snowballs in the city. Next, from Maxwell Giardulo, 3702 St. Claude, in support. I'm running to support zoning docket 6221 to change the zoning from HMR3 to HMC1 for 805, 807 Louisa Street. Getting snowballs from the applicant, Chance and Hell, was honestly one of the highlights of the pandemic for me. They are the best kind of locally grown, neighborhood-based, responsible business owners, and I want to see them have a permanent spot in the neighborhood. I know zoning decisions have to be made about the property, not the business owners, though, and I am actually even more adamant that this property deserves the kind of low-intensity commercial uses designation allowed by HMC1. It's already adjacent to the cluster of similarly zoned properties that creates a vibrant little strip of businesses in this location. It also has a long history of being a commercial location. It's exactly these kinds of small neighborhood clusters of specialty businesses that make Bywater interesting. Without them, there would be nothing to walk to in the neighborhood, no gathering spaces, and far less connection and interaction among neighbors. I've actually walked down by this location dozens of times, and I'm always a little disappointed that it's not a shop I can go into when I look at the big front windows. I've looked through the full list of permitted uses in the HMC1 category, and the only thing that gives me the slightest bit of pause is the allowed STR uses. I know that you heard from me during the STR debate and that we should have significantly limited STR uses in the neighborhood commercial zones exactly because any small upzoning like this would immediately become a fight over STRs. In this case, there is an easy fix though. The Chance and Hell owners have been clear that they are also concerned about properties like this being snatched up by Airbnb speculators and have shared their intention to live full-time in the space rather than rent it out to tourists. I have no doubt that they would be amenable to a proviso prohibiting any commercial STR use, and I would specifically ask that as a condition of its approval. Thank you for listening, and I hope you'll support the zoning change with the proviso. Next from Stephanie Murray, 738 France Street, in support. I'm writing in support of the zoning change from HMR3 to HMC1 for 805, 807 Louisa Street, docket number 6221. I live at 738 France Street in Bywater and believe that Chance and Hell Snowballs would be a wonderful addition to the business climate in our neighborhood for the following reasons. Chance and Hell donates a portion of its proceeds to local nonprofits doing good work in the New Orleans community. Currently, the building that they are seeking to occupy with their business is underutilized. This would put a vacant, historic storefront back into active use, adding to the vibrant framework of Bywater and increasing city revenue tax base. My partner and I also own the property catty corner to the current pop-up operation at France and Burgundy Streets. They have been excellent neighbors, reminding their customers to be mindful of their trash and place it in receptacles rather than depositing it on the street or in neighbors' trash bins. Also, the paper products are compostable, further demonstrating their conscientious concern for their neighbors and the environment. Chance and Hell is exactly the kind of local business that I want to support because not only do they donate to local nonprofits, but they also source their products locally. They truly are focused on lifting up our neighborhood and our larger New Orleans community and its artisans and producers. It would be great to see them continue to grow their business in a more permanent and appropriately zoned space and continue to have a positive impact on Bywater and New Orleans. Thank you for your consideration. Next from Jason Nagius, 1520 Pauline Street, in support. I am writing to express my support for a zoning change from HMR3 to HMC1 for 805, 807 Louisa Street, zoning docket 6221. I live just blocks away from Bywater. It's my favorite neighborhood to walk around in because of its historic feel and friendly nature with its businesses. Chance and Hell Snowballs are very much a part of that. We try to go as much as we can. We love the fact that they use local and seasonal ingredients. They use compostable materials and compost themselves. I think that's so important and responsible. They also raise money for local charities every week. That's amazing. I hope you allow this zoning change to go through. These people are doing good things for our city and our neighborhood, and we can only benefit from it. Next from Kate Swan, 3001 Burgundy, in support. My name is Kate Swan, and I'm a resident of Bywater and a strong proponent of the current and future endeavors of Les Girls Chance and Hell Snowballs. After attending their NPP meeting last month and hearing about the plans they have for the property, I've decided to lend my full support for a zoning change from HMR3 to HMC1 for 805, 807 Louisa Street, zoning docket 6221. As a resident, 3001 Burgundy, and local performer, I have come to know these wonderful women and see just how invested they are in the neighborhood. The last year was an incredibly difficult time for those of us that relied heavily on direct community interaction and support for our artistic endeavors. Many of us had to pivot and start over in a completely different occupations in order to survive. Watching the genesis of Chance and Hell Snowballs and the arc of their story has been really inspiring, as well as a testament to how well New Orleanians can adapt when faced with adversity. They established themselves as a community hub during a time when we were disconnected. They provided many locals with sweet treats and a fun way to make friends and family in an outdoor setting during the pandemic. They did this on top of donating money each week to a different local charity. To me, that is the definition of community-minded. I've lived in this neighborhood for a decade. I've witnessed plenty of businesses come and go. I've also witnessed the impact that developers have had by taking advantage of certain zoning loopholes and blind spots. Developers that don't live in the neighborhood are not interested in how their actions impact those who live here. This is another major reason I support this effort. Not only would this be locally minded business run by and staffed by neighbors, but they'd also be revitalizing an existing historic property. One of my favorite things about this neighborhood is the walkability. This would be a wonderful addition to the restaurants and bars we have established in Bywater. They have just demonstrated they care about the community and the local economy by working in partnerships with farmers, providing seasonal ingredients, but also by being part of the community. In closing, I want to express that I believe that this project is really rooted in accessibility, connectivity, and giving back, providing a menu of items with reasonable price points, space for locals to gather, modest hours, and a lot of heart. I'm happy to see folks bringing ideas like this to the table. Next, from Amy Knoll, 3135 Dauphine, in support. I'm writing to express my enthusiastic support for a zoning change from HMR3 to HMC1 for 805, 807 Louisa, zoning docket 6221. From what I heard at the NPP meeting, their business plan sounds like a fabulous fit for residents, visitors, and a complement to the other nearby businesses. Personally, I'm excited for a retail option in the neighborhood and to see what they can whip up behind their delicious snowballs. I live at 3135 Dauphine Street, just a few houses up from the block from this location, and can vouch that there are a dearth of dining options in the immediate area once you hit 2-3 p.m. Hours outlined fill that niche and honestly will increase safety with the potential for more eyes on the street and people out and about. Since 2010, I've loved living in my Marigny and Bywater, and one of my favorite pastimes or aspects is the walkability, dining options, mixed-use history, and being able to support local businesses in the neighborhood. I moved to 3135 Dauphine 3 years ago and have an even greater appreciation for the businesses nearby and believe that this will be a vibrant addition to the fabric of our neighborhood. It's been great to witness a small neighborhood business emerge and serve as a bright spot during the pandemic, and having a go-to spot for snowballs is a plus. At the NPP meeting, Kitten and Lou provided open and honest answers to numerous questions, exuding friendly, good neighbor vibes to all in the crowd, which frankly was as impressive as their coordinated outfits. After learning more about the property's history, I am even more supportive of the chance to see a historic building revitalized and brought back to original mixed use. I've enjoyed the seasonal window displays over the years, and I'm eager to see what Chance and Hell Snowball folks will put forth for our viewing pleasure. I wholeheartedly support and urge you to approve the zoning change. My fingers are crossed that Kitten and Lou, plus these business endeavors will become new neighbors just down Dauphine Street. Thanks for your time and consideration. Next, from Jay Pennington, AKA Rusty Laser, 1031 Piety, in support. I am writing to show my support for Chance and Hell Snowballs and the zoning change from HMR3 to HMC1 for 805, 807 Louisa Street, zoning docket 6221. I have lived in the Bywater neighborhood just 3 blocks from this location for 20 years, and I have been a homeowner at the same location since 2008. My hopes for this neighborhood have always centered around locally owned businesses that support a lively spirit and the sense of joy that is pervasive in the area. Chance and Hell is exactly that kind of business. And its purveyors provide a unique yet locally familiar product not much found in our neck of the woods. As a homeowner, I deeply respect the amount of work that goes into the preservation of our homes and businesses in a historic district. And I look forward to mixed-use properties like this that can bring economic opportunity to the neighborhood without sacrificing our community to chain operations and initiatives from those who don't live here or understand us. Everything I've seen about Chance and Hell business model says to me that they care about what they serve, how they serve it, and who they can help along the way. From their locally sourced ingredients to their compostable packaging and support for local charitable orgs, they are the kind of businesses that make it easy for me to support them and suggest them to others. I own and operate a nonprofit of my own in Bywater, Music Box Village and New Orleans Airlift. And businesses like Chance and Hell are meaningful to us because they bring locals downtown from other neighborhoods to get Bywater locals out on the streets, interacting and engaging with one another. Ours is word of mouth economy, and the kind of excitement I see in the line on the street when Chance and Hell is open is essential to our economic and social cohesion and the ability for our neighborhood to thrive. Next, from Marion Nicolai, 716 France Street, in support. I'm writing to voice my support for a zoning change from HMR3 to HMC1 for 805, 807 Louisa Street, zoning docket 6221. As a Bywater resident for the past 8 years, I've enjoyed all the wonderful things that pop up in this neighborhood. Chance and Hell being one of the best and most delicious things yet. I love seeing artists' ideas cultivated. As convenient as it is to walk 2 blocks to get a snowball, I very much enjoy seeing how Kitten and Lou use the space and expand their menu to include more delicious treats. I hope that this gets approved so that these kind people and talented artists can remain in their own neighborhood while pursuing their business. Thank you. Next, from Brad Moore, 610 Independence, in support. My dogs enjoy snowballs. Also, as a resident, parent, supporter, and longtime fan of the Bywater area, I support the zoning change from HMR3 to HMC1 for 805 and 807 Louisa Street, zoning docket 6221. I really enjoy and support delicious products created responsibly by awesome neighbors. How about you? I understand that changing to commercial in a neighborhood is tricky. I really do. I do feel, however, this will be a long-term little spot that the neighborhood can be super proud of and an excellent way to use this historic building that is currently sitting there lonely. I think that it's called transmorgization, and when a human describes a building as if it had human emotion. Anyway, let us please have these local folks create a spot that we can be proud of. Next, from Nick Bowman, 1414 Japonica, in support. I am in support of Chance and Hell Snowballs and their pursuit of a zoning change from 805, 807 Louisa Street from HMR3 to HMC1. Perhaps the silver lining about the pandemic is the ingenuity and creativity that was born out of necessity, with people having to pivot from their primary source of, because of lockdowns and social gathering restrictions. This has been an especially powerful story in Bywater over the last 15 months, and there is not a better example of that silver lining than Chance and Hell Snowballs. In times of seclusion and distance, Chance and Hell has provided a safe way to interact with the neighborhood and have shown that the famous sense of community in Bywater is alive and well. Kitten and Lou deserve the opportunity to find a permanent home and expand their business. We are lucky that they have chosen to do so in our neighborhood, and it should be an absolute no-brainer to support their pursuit of HMR3 to HMC1 zoning change. Successful businesses are important to every neighborhood in New Orleans, but more importantly are the quality of the people that are running those businesses. Kitten and Lou are us. They are our neighbors. They are the exact kind of people I want putting down roots in my neighborhood. Hope you will join me in support of Kitten and Lou pursuing their dreams. Next, from Philip J. Evans, 1520 Pauline, in support. I'm writing to show my support of the zoning change from HMR3 to HMC1 for 805, 807 Louisa Street, zoning docket 6221. As someone who recently moved to New Orleans and purchased a home, I was attracted to the diverse and artistic energy of the Bywater neighborhood. Chance and Hell has become a big part of the community and energy that makes Bywater neighborhood so magical. Chance and Hell is a female-owned business. They use local ingredients, they use compostable materials, and they make sure they actually get composted. They use their business to support local charitable organizations each and every week, and I feel confident that they will do a brilliant job restoring this historic building back to its former glory. So please take it into consideration and please give these fabulous female entrepreneurs a chance to grow their business and make something Bywater and New Orleans can be proud of. Next, from Jacqueline McCabe, 3141 North Rampart, in support. I am writing in support of the zoning change for 805, 807 Louisa Street from HMR3 to HMC1, zoning docket 6221. I have been a homeowner and resident of Bywater since pre-Katrina. A few years ago, I became acquainted with Kitten and Lou, and I remember thinking this is why I moved to this neighborhood. They epitomize the creative energy and artistic performance that makes Bywater so great. When during the depression of the pandemic, Chance and Hell emerged a few years later, I was once again struck by Kitten and Lou's artistry. I was once again reminded of why I live here, and I knew the spirit of Bywater was alive and well. My residence around the corner from 805 Louisa And I have always wanted to see that property restored to its commercial origins. So when I heard Chance's Hill wanted to expand to that permanent restaurant there, I was thrilled. This is exactly the creative experience I want to have in my neighborhood, and I pledge my full support of their requested zoning change. Next, from Michelle Welburn, 3012 Burgundy, in support. I am writing to lend my wholehearted support for the zoning change from HMR3 to HMC1 for the property located at 805-807 Louisa Street, New Orleans. This would allow Chance and Health Snowballs, which is currently a front porch pop-up business located within blocks of the proposed new location, to operate as a restaurant and expand its business plan. I have frequented this delightful addition to our beloved Bywater neighborhood, and I've witnessed nothing but a keen sense of community. I get to know your neighbors, vibe, lots of smiles, and most of all, the deliciousness of perfect snowballs. This is absolutely a perfect fit for Bywater. Please understand that each of les girls, the applicants for zoning change, have already abundantly shown their aptitude for success in business. Kitten and Lou have achieved enormous success in their internationally known entertainment act, and Megan owns and operates a successful, vibrant, full-service hair and aesthetics salon on Elysian Fields. Their business plan is well thought out, along with the revitalization of the property according to Bywater specifications. Of course, business aside, I can personally attest to the character of each of the girls as their stepmother, mother-in-law. Over the years, I have come to know them well and know, aside from their many other lovely attributes, that these women are business smart, conscientious, considerate of their neighbors, and genuinely have the best interest of Bywater in their hearts. Next, from Josh Penn, 800 Poland, in support. My name is Josh Penn. I'm a longtime resident of Bywater, Marigny, and I'm writing today to express my support for the zoning change from HMR3 to HMC1 for 805-807 Louisa Street, zoning docket 6221, so that Chance and Hell Snowballs can have a permanent home. They're 3 blocks away from Chance and Hell pop-up location at 800 Poland Avenue, which my wife has owned for over a decade. And their addition to our neighborhood over the past year or so has been one of the best things to happen to our neighborhood in that time. Not only are their snowballs beyond delicious and natural, but they also bring an incredible vibe to the neighborhood. Every time I pass by them or stop for a snowball there is a diverse crowd of all ages excited about what they have going on. There are very few other additions to the neighborhood in recent times that have come even close to matching this, and I can't imagine why anyone would not want to encourage them to expand and become a permanent fixture of Bywater. I believe denying them this permit and perfect location would send the message that the neighborhood is just interested in out-of-town developments and Airbnbs rather than homegrown, community-minded small businesses that are good for our families. Having a baby who is just 10 months old and is born and raised in Bywater, I look forward to countless trips with her to get a snowball on Louisa Street in the coming years. Next, from Linda Flores de Leon, 1415 France Street, in support. I am writing to encourage you to consider the rezoning of 805-807 Louisa Street in Bywater neighborhood from HMR3 to HMR1. I support this move to bring local businesses that respect and appreciate the spirit of the neighborhood. I've seen in and around the area since 1975 and can attest what the neighborhood has been through and business. Chance and Hell Snowballs that is proposed that rezoning for their purposes is exactly what we want in the neighborhood. They use local and seasonal ingredients. They use all compostable products and provide the composting option on site. They also raise money for local causes and are good neighbors. This neighborhood is full of beautiful architectural and colorful flora and fauna, and we want these to continue and flourish. Please consider supporting this proposal. Joseph Wee, 818 Piety Street, in support. I'm writing in support of the proposed zoning change at 805-807 Louisa Street, zoning docket 6221. As a resident of the neighboring block 818 Piety Street, it will be a welcome addition to the neighborhood. The proposed business there, Chance and Hell, has been one of my favorite spots to visit in Bywater. Proprietors are well-known performers who contribute greatly to the artist community in the 9th Ward. People like them are integral to the fabric of the neighborhood, and I'm excited about the prospect of them expanding their offerings. If you've tried one of their snowballs, you know that they have a one-of-a-kind talent for flavors, and everything they do is made with love. I have no doubt that the new location will quickly become an anchor in the neighborhood, one that I'd be excited to have as a neighbor. At the height of the pandemic, after months of near total isolation, visiting Chance and Hell was one of the few outings I felt comfortable with. I am grateful they found a way to set up their pop-up safely and they put so much work into creating an exceptional product. As you consider this proposed zoning change, I hope you'll consider who would be moving in there, a couple who are already integrated asset to the community, who give back to worthy causes, and who understand and respect the history of the neighborhood and their role in it. Next, from Stacy Hoover, 3405 Royal and 719 Desire, in support. I'm supporting the zoning change from HMR3 to HMC1 for 805, 807 Louisa Street, zoning docket 6221. I moved to New Orleans in 1988, and I'm fortunate to have seen this beautiful city go through many changes and keep its magical spirit intact. I owned an antique shop on Royal Street in the quarter from 1994 to 2007 and had a retail shop on Burgundy near Piety for a few years recently. Since 2012, I've lived and owned two houses next to each other at the corner of Royal and Desire, just 3 blocks from 805 to 807 Louisa. One of my favorite pastimes is to walk through Bywater and imagine what happened in each building in the days of old and what they will become in the future. I've lingered in front of this property many times and dreamt of its past and future. It will be so satisfying and joyful to see this place transformed. It would totally make sense for this location to always be a full service restaurant and living space. Bringing it back to the original mixed use designation and restoring the building will be a very positive change for the neighborhood. It would truly make Bywater an even better place. Having more quality dining, food options, and shops mixed in with our homes makes this Bywater neighborhood very unique and magical. This property is perfect for this kind of mixed use. I love what these amazing ladies are doing with their thoughtful ways and working with local sourcing, composting, and raising money for good causes. Their combination of creativeness and high level of quality will quickly make this a place fabulous. At times like this, it's very important to embrace new vibrancy in properties like this, particularly when it's being proposed by such capable and talented professionals as these. Please allow the zoning at 805, 807 Louisa to go back to its mixed use status of HMC1. Next, from Liz Solms, 3025 North Rampart, in support. I'm in support of the zoning change for Chance and Hell snowballs. On a steamy afternoon a few weeks ago, me and my husband strolled down Rampart for our snowball with our 5-year-old daughter. The owners were so nice, vibrant, and lovely ladies. The snowballs were amazing. I can't think of a better thing to have as a regular staple in Bywater, particularly at that location, at that intersection of Louisa and Dauphine. It feels decidedly commercial there and needs even more life. I think that those two will be amazing shop owners and a great addition. Looking forward to hopefully more strolls in the future for a snowball. What could be better? Next, from Tricia Travis, 704 Louisa, in support. I am writing in support of a zoning change from HMR3 to HMC1 for 805, 807 Louisa Street, zoning docket 6221. I grew up in Broadmoor, and my husband and I have owned a house in Bywater since 2012 on the corner of Louisa and Royal. Last summer during the pandemic, the highlight of our week would be heading down to Chance and Hell Snowballs and grabbing a delightful snowball from Kitten and Lou, and then enjoying every bite on our front stoop. We love that they use natural and local ingredients and compostable and environmentally friendly cups, which is a nice change to other local snowball stands. This is exactly the type of business our city needs to be supporting, and I hope they can use the building at 805, 807 Louisa. Next, from Catherine Randall, 1224 Gallier, in support. As a frequent visitor of Chance and Hell Snowballs, I'm writing in support of a zoning change from HMR3 to HMC1 for 805, 807 Louisa Street, zoning docket 6221. Chance and Hell really brightened up my daily living during these really bleak times. It's nice having a spot in the Bywater that is cool and refreshing, that is also welcoming and accessible. I'd love to see the Louisa address restored and put back into commercial mixed use. This opportunity would allow Chance and Hell to expand their menu as well as use more local and seasonal ingredients. Another bonus of Chance and Hell is I appreciate their commitment to compostable paper products and sustainability. My final note on why I love Chance and Hell so much is that they are committed to being a good neighbor and New Orleans citizens by taking Bywater's needs into consideration by also donating money to local charitable organizations every week. Please consider a zoning change for 805, 807 Louisa. to allow this locally committed business to continue to make a positive impact on our community. Next, from Laura, Roman, Rockwold, and Humberto Hidalgo in support. Writing in to express our support in favor of zoning change from HMR 3 to HMC 1 for 805, 807 Louisa Street, zoning docket 6221. We moved into the neighborhood at the end of last year and have been so happy to find Chance and Health on our block. They definitely bring a sense of community and brighten up the neighborhood. We love the idea of them restoring and bringing back to life a historic building to expand their business and are in full support of their efforts. Thank you. Next, from Katie Lasher, 723 Alvar, in support. I'd like to support the HMR 3 to HMC 1 for 805, 807 Louisa Street, zoning docket 6221. Endlessly proud of these women who have created a means of living within their community and not only supported themselves, but found a safe space for expression in all forms of identity. Bywater is funky and loving and kind and overall a neighborhood. Let's keep these women part of it. Very into preservation as long as they can be true to the original style of the building. I encourage their venture. This space has been empty far too long and should be loved by two caring people like Kit and Lou. They seem to understand that and respect that the nature of having a business within the neighborhood, and I believe intend to respect that change. Next, from Laura Thornton, PhD, 1834 St. Roch, in support. I'm writing today to add my support for a zoning change from HMR 3 to HMC 1 for 805, 807 Louisa Street, zoning docket 6221 for Chance and Health snowballs. Throughout the pandemic, Chance and Health snowballs have been a bright spot in so many ways, from their efficient, no contact needed policy for acquiring a homemade snowball to their rotating donations to organizations that center Black, Indigenous, and people of color. We know the Upper Ninth Ward has been gentrifying for years, but as queer LGBTQIA+ performers and residents of the Upper Ninth Ward who support and donate to Black organizations doing good work, Kitten and Lou will be able to do the revitalization right. Thank you for your consideration and notation that another resident supports the zoning change. Next, from Kate Molding, 1302 Congress, in support. I'm writing in support of the zoning change from HMR 3 to HMC 1 for 805, 807 Louisa for Chance and Health snowballs. I am a District C voter who lives just a few blocks away. Chance and Health snowballs is a great asset to our community. Everything they make is delicious, and you always make new friends while you're there. Grown-ups love them, kids love them, and they even take care of my pup with the doggy snow. I also have so much appreciation for the way they are environmentally responsible with their ingredients and materials. They also fundraise to help neighbors and important community causes. It's a one-of-a-kind special business that should be supported as a great asset to the neighborhood. Their businesses on Louisa Street would be a great way to honor the history of the building and support the future of unique local businesses that make our neighborhood so special. And I wonder if at this time, Valerie McMillan might be available to take over reading.
Yes, one moment.
Hey, Paul, right before we do that, the time now is 5:13, and as chair, I'm concerned about us losing a quorum. I know we're about halfway through all the public comments, and since we did receive those electronically, we can save those. But I want to make sure that we can continue in conducting business on today. So I'm going to ask commissioners, if you can, if you're still present near your computer, if you can turn your cameras back on.
Commissioner Lund, we're only halfway through.
Right, we're only halfway through. So that's 61 of 92, and I think it continues down to 89 pages. I think after listening to and also kind of just skimming ahead of seeing all the comments that we received, I didn't see any permanent information that stuck out as new information. So at this time, commissioners, if you want to continue with this, but as chair, I'm concerned about losing a quorum, so I want to make sure that we can finish conducting business today.
I'm not sure what our options are.
I think that we have heard
heard the bulk of the arguments, and we're allowed to put time, place, and manner restrictions on public comment and ones that are reasonable. I think that hearing 62 comments is pretty reasonable. And also, I do agree that we're getting kind of late and we have more items to go and we could lose quorum. So I think it's reasonable to cut off comment at this time.
All right. Thank you, Council.
Can I make a suggestion or comment? This is Bob Rivers. I don't know if y'all can hear me.
Yes, Bob, we can.
Yeah, I just want to note that the overwhelming number of comments were the support, and we haven't gotten into the bulk of the opposition. So I just wanted all the commissioners to be mindful of that there are a number of opposition comments. And I, you know, we've recommended approval for this project, but I just don't want to make it appear that that sentiment has been left off the record. That's all.
So an option is, if you want to skim down to the opposition and go ahead and just read those and skip over the rest of the in favor, just so we can get more of both sides.
Would we need a motion to do that? Missy, we would need a motion.
The chair can make that suggestion, and if there's no objection, we can move forward with that.
Okay.
All right. So at this time, let's skim down. And I also want to note there was some opposition, but it said in support as well that was brought up. I'm trying to see exactly where does the opposition, on what page does it start?
Maybe page 74.
Okay. So at this time, if we can just move to the opposition and read some of the opposition so that we can have it in the record. Starting on page 74.
Should we, I don't know if we want to get down to the math on this, but should we have a representative sample of opposition? Right. I mean, I don't know how many there are. I didn't scroll that far yet.
I'm actually seeing the first bulk of the opposition actually starting on 73.
Okay, so can we start on page 73? And the commissioners, let me know if there's any opposition to this. But to move and start reading the opposition onto the record.
No opposition here.
If there is any opposition, commissioners, please state your opposition. If not, can we start reading on page 73 with Mr. Arthur?
Okay, the next comment is from Mr. Arthur Cartner from 814 Louisa Street in opposition. I live on the block this property is located. We have 3 potential restaurants at one end of the block and 2 at the other end of the block. Imagine the block you live on having 5 restaurants and now wanting to add another. Parking is impossible now on my block. Please do not pass this zoning change. The next one is from Eric Paulson, 1024 North Rampart Street. In support, okay, we'll skip over that one. Arthur again, okay. So now we're on to Mark Gonzalez, 3106 Dauphine Street in opposition. I live on 1 block from this property. I attended the NPP of the owners and buyers, etc. Truth and honesty should always be at the forefront of any consideration of a body such as the CPC. And I'm telling you, the owners of this property are basing their zoning change requests on agreements they have with the buyers who have clearly skirted the law by selling alcoholic snowballs at 4205 Burgundy Street without permits or license, and who have charged money for attending their bingo games. They are not credible applicants. These actions speak to the real motivations for the zoning change request. It is not and never has been to bring an asset to our neighborhood. I strongly urge you to deny this attempt to change the zoning of this residence. The staff report is an outrage, bypassing our CZO law and the residential diversity overlay we fought for in favor of this clear spot zoning. The next one again is from Arthur, it's the same comment. The next one is from Brian Luckett from 936 Gallia Street in opposition.
That
The
was
CPC
the first comment we read, so you can skip that one too.
Oh, okay. The next one is from Lucia Dunbar, 621 Louisa Street in opposition. Please do not do this to us. The parking for one will be a nightmare as it is already on Louisa Street in the 600 block. This will continue to destroy the residential quality of life on the street and in this part of the neighborhood. Please do not allow this. We already have too much activity in this part of the Bywater. It is negatively impacting the people who live here. Next comment is from Steve and Sherry May, 3217 Dauphine Street in opposition. We are opposed to this zoning change. It would set a dangerous precedent and expedite commercial creep throughout New Orleans' threatened historic neighborhoods, especially Bywater, where the balance between commercial and residential properties is already precarious. Yes, there were once a bakery at this address. Our house was once a shoe shop. Around the corner was a post office and a bank. I could go on and on. All have been residences for decades, but if prior commercial use is the basis for a change like this, we could all qualify for commercial reclassification, boost our property values, sell out, and leave. And if there is a precedent to consider, historically such properties house retail and service businesses that usually shuttered by dinner time and whose customers were neighbors, not a destination restaurant or bar serving alcohol that depends heavily on tourists to survive. Bywater is already amply served by such fare. There is abundant vacant commercially zoned inventory available throughout the neighborhood. Do we really need more? Industry statistics indicate a high failure rate among restaurants, but once this home is rezoned, it is likely changed forever. It's time to protect the housing stock we have left. This zoning change should be denied. The next one is from Dr. Julie Jones from 827 Louisa Street in opposition. Years ago, when I was president of the Bywater Neighborhood Association, we sought to find a way to introduce more low-intensity, mixed-use business into the interior of Bywater. We agreed on the types of businesses we believed would not have a negative impact on near neighbors and specifically prohibited businesses that would involve the sale of alcohol for fear they could easily become nuisances in a residential setting. The residential diversity overlay, ultimately approved as RDO1, accomplished our goals. For example, the Bywater Bakery took advantage of the RDO after the council rejected a request by another party to change the zoning of the property to HMC1. The bakery is extremely successful and well-loved, and it does that without alcohol. This is the kind of business we emphasized. Upzoning to HMC1 is a gateway to bars and commercial STRs through the conditional use process. All of the commercial lots on this block are on the corners, but 805 to 807 Louisa is not on a corner. It is in the interior of the block. It is a separate property and taxed separately from 3201 Dauphine, which is zoned HMC1 and can be used for a business. Most proponents of the zoning change are unaware that the RDO already allows for boutiques and specialty restaurants, such as a snowball stand. They also refer to 805 to 807 Louisa as an abandoned building, yet the sellers are asking almost $700,000 for it. It has been a residence for over 70 years and is currently occupied by the family of 4 that owns it. The RDO was designed for just this kind of building. We ask that you take advantage of that obvious zoning choice here. Okay, again from Arthur. The next one is from John Bellinger, 834 Louisa Street in opposition. In the 26 years that I have lived on the 800 block of Louisa, Bywater has changed a lot, in some ways dramatically for the better, but not without cost to the residents and neighbors. Katrina challenged us. The onslaught of short-term rentals brought prosperity to some, but displaced others as affordable housing stock dwindled. We have long applauded the commercial development of St. Claude, but resisted over-commercialization of our residential blocks. One common thread that appears again and again in requests for variances to existing rules or complete zoning changes is the sale of alcohol. Within 2 blocks from my house, I count 9 properties that presently sell beer, wine, or spirits, or are licensed to do so. I can't find a hammer or a pound of rice or a pair of shoes, but I can get liquored up. A snowball stand sounds so sweet and family friendly. So let there be a snowball stand, though one wonders about parking issues and litter. But do we need another outlet for alcohol? Will the principals carry ahead with their plans if alcohol were not a part of it? We should remember that alcohol sometimes is linked to social ills, and studies have shown that the areas around alcohol distribution have their own set of problems, such as noise, fights, and accidents. There is no doubt that all parties involved are nice people with good intentions. The reason alcohol regulation is closely governed is that good intentions can change with ownership, but the liquor license remains for the neighbors to bear. The issue is not snowballs, it is the alcohol. Next from Nancy Thacker, 3135 to 37 Royal Street in opposition. Please do not make this a commercial property. Please do not change the zoning as it would be forever. I'm a long-term resident of Bywater and I'm around the corner from this address. With the Country Club, Maripol reopening, Alma Cafe, Bywater Bistro, Bywater Brew Club, Sweet Generie, Satsuma, all within 3 blocks, parking is bad enough. They sell alcohol, I know. I bought it from them. And everyone drives to get these things from Gentilly, Uptown, Mid-City. Read the comments on their site. I can't park now, and it's more dangerous and more alcohol. Please do not approve the zoning change. The illegal Airbnbs and fraudulent homestead exemptions are bad enough. Let them move to the commercial overlay, not the middle of what's left of the hood. Thank you. The next from Melissa Clark, 715 Louisa Street in opposition. Number 1, parking on our block. There is already significant competition for parking on our block due to the currently operating businesses, and another business will increase that load. Number 2, general nuisance from this type of establishment, trash, noise, drunk patrons. I regularly encounter drunken domestic violence on my street from patrons of neighboring establishments who then get in their cars and drive away. Number 3, the number of this type of business on a 2-block radius is currently 9. However, the 2 restaurants that have sat vacant for years will soon have tenancy, bringing the count to 11. There have been 7 restaurants between Louisa and Dauphine and Louisa and Burgundy that have operated since 2013, and all have failed except 1. The one currently operating, Alma, has been in business for less than 1 year. Each time a business fails, it leaves the building vacant, sometimes for years, and leaves the neighborhood vulnerable to a new operator who is not concerned with their neighbors' well-being. Number 5, the couples requesting the zoning change have a reputation for being nice people. Although that may or not be true, that has nothing to do with the matter at hand. There are 2 large residential commercial buildings currently under construction nearby. There are plenty of commercial properties currently available on St. Claude, providing plenty of opportunity for the applicants to conduct their business in one of these spaces. In conclusion, 120 residents of Bywater signed a petition in opposition to the zoning change. The issue here is short and long-term quality of life or lack thereof for the surrounding neighbors. Even the current density of this type of establishment is inappropriate for this residential block. Next one, Folwell Dunbar, 621 Louisa Street, in opposition. As a longstanding resident of Louisa Street, I am adamantly opposed to the rezoning of 805 to 807 property. We already have issues with parking, noise, trash, and drunk driving caused by other poor zoning decisions, example, the Country Club. The proposed business for this building will only exacerbate those problems. My wife and I wish to live in a neighborhood, not another tourist attraction like Frenchman Street. Next one is from Elizabeth Shannon, 3214 Dauphine Street, in opposition. I'm opposed to the zoning change to allow alcohol sales, which will attract more customers in the proposed small restaurant and store gallery. 805 to 807 has a side yard with swimming pool. Chance and Hal Snowballs has posted public functions in the backyard of 4205 Burgundy Street, a property that they own. I do not want to see a mini version of the Country Club. Parking near your residence is often a matter of safety. Bywater has not been immune to carjackings, car thefts, and armed robberies at or near business sites. Parking has become a disproportionate problem for residents near the intersection of Louisa and Dauphine. The staff and workers at 4 businesses near the site take up a good bit of parking prior to customers even arriving. This is the reality for residents and is due lengthy discussion and consideration. The next one is from Suzanne Dishman, 730 Louisa Street, in opposition. CPC staff conclude that the historic non-conforming use policy creates an exception that allows for spot zoning here. But a closer look at the actual governing law in Article 25.3.A is that, quote, all doubts resolved against the non-conformity in order to, quote, preserve the property rights of adjacent property owners. The CPC staff did not even acknowledge this law. At the very least, the strong opposition from neighbors show that the criteria is not met for serving a neighborhood need. The staff thinks that yet another bar in this residential area serves a neighborhood need, but the area is already covered in bars and other sites that are already zoned for even more bars. What is best for neighbors is a sort of commercial business that is currently allowed under the existing RDO 1 zoning, namely low-impact commercial use for neighbors, not a mid-block destination bar or full-scale restaurant for tourists and residents from other areas of the city. Separately, the CPC staff is incorrect in its discussion of the compatibility of the place designation of the ordinance, which is both a requirement for spot zoning exemption and an approval standard consideration. The current place designation of the site is historic residential district within an historic core neighborhood. The purpose of this particular place designation is found in Article 9.1.e and is expressly to, quote, protect the existing residential developments and excludes incompatible uses from this residential district. The staff avoided this entirely, a purpose at direct odds with what the staff is recommending. The next one is from Alicia Hurd, 635 Louisa Street, in opposition. Please not allow this zoning change. The next one is from Jenny Dyer, 1440 Moy Street, Moss Street, in opposition. Dear Commissioners, Louisiana Landmark Society supports the neighborhood in their efforts to retain the current residential zoning of HMR 3 for 805 to 807 Louisa Street, as it has been for over 65 years. The current owner has requested to spot zone this HMC 1 for the prospective buyers. This spot zoning would allow the serving of alcohol and may well contribute to damaging the residential quality of the neighborhood. One of the main goals of the master plan and CZO is to provide predictability. Neighbors should have confidence when buying a home in a residentially zoned area that their neighbors would not abruptly switch their property zoning to accommodate a restaurant or bar. The Bywater neighborhood struggles to maintain the delicate balance of residential and restaurants and is on a tipping point. If approved, this would be the 15th permitted restaurant or bar within just a few block radius. And once alcohol is permitted, there is no turning back, as the license stays with the property beyond the current proposed business venture and owners. The prospective owners are proposing a standard restaurant designation, which in theory will provide complete meals to patrons who are seated and waited on by staff. However, that is not what is being described. Even the hours of operation don't fit within those of a standard restaurant's meal times, but rather from 2 to 7 p.m. Several neighbors support a compromise zoning solution, RDO, residential diversity overlay, which would allow a standard mix of uses, including retail, limited fare restaurant, personal residence, etc. Landmark Society also supports this compromise. In 2016, Louisiana Landmark Society named the Bywater neighborhood as one of the New Orleans' 9 most endangered sites, fearing the turning point where commercialism overtakes the residential quality of life that drew so many to live in the neighborhood in the first place. Louisiana Landmarks asks you deny the spot zoning request. Thank you for your consideration. The next one is from Catherine Domino, 1723 Columbus Street, in opposition. I oppose the zoning change from RDO 1 to HMC 1. I think that a bar or restaurant would be detrimental to the neighborhood in terms of more traffic, noise, and more people trying to park. The building is already zoned for a low impact business that should be sufficient. The next one is from Kathleen Breslin, 4802 Magazine Street, in opposition. The current RDO zoning was hard earned in Bywater. It was established to allow for businesses that contribute to the neighborhood. An attempt to change the zoning of a residence from RDO 1 that allows for low intensity businesses to HMC 1 is taking advantage of the laws in place that already allow for a business to occupy the space. If this change is granted, it will set a horrible precedent. Please deny this change and preserve what we love about New Orleans. The next one is from Randall Champagne, 810 Louisa Street. My wife, Geraldine, and I live at 810 Louisa, directly across the street from the subject property. We will be directly impacted by your decision. I am opposed to the proposed zone change because it would allow the sale of alcohol, which creates a set of negative issues not associated with other commercial activity. The existing acute parking problem will force residents of Louisa to park far from home, increasing likelihood that they will become victims of criminal activity. The planned social media advertising will draw tourists and patrons from elsewhere in the city, thus increasing already heavy traffic. Inebriated patrons are qualitatively noisier than sober ones. The likelihood of negative behavior will be increased. There will be an increase in the amount of litter. I currently live on a street. That is primarily residential with a great neighbor. If I had wanted to live on Frenchman Street, would have bought a house there. The next one is from Geraldine Champagne, 810 Louisa Street, in opposition. We live directly across from 805 to 807 Louisa Street at 810 Louisa. A zoning change will adversely impact our immediate neighborhood. Traffic, parking, noise, and litter are already an issue, and with the imminent opening of 2 additional establishments within a one block area, this disruption will increase with the proposed zoning change. We moved here because this is a neighborhood with neighbors, and an additional alcohol serving establishment would not do anything to preserve the neighborhood. We are already experiencing adverse effects which have occurred since the country club 2 blocks from my home changed hands and became a destination event establishment. When the country club holds one of their frequent special occasions, there's absolutely no parking available from the river all the way down the 900 block of Louisa. What is going now in the 700 block country club is what we do not want in our front yard. Loud people standing in lines, littering, urinating on private property, and engaging in sex in cars. Just ask the neighbors. We want to continue living in a residential neighborhood, not an alcohol-based entertainment district. Enough is enough. Next one from John Domino, 1723 Columbus Street, in opposition. The 2 properties that are under consideration already allow for a business to operate. The existing building is RDO1 and the adjacent property is actually zoned full commercial. A zoning change will create an enormous 2-lot commercial property that is out of scale with a CZO overlay. Its future uses could include a large-scale business to operate with a liquor license and a large outdoor space on the corner with inherent noise and amplified events that will undoubtedly poison an already busy corner in a residential neighborhood. The CPC staff did not take into consideration that A, the current zoning allows for the businesses as proposed to currently operate, and B, that the property has an existing commercially zoned lot. There is no need for a zoning change. This will adversely impact the neighborhood and is vehemently opposed by the majority of neighbors within close proximity. This is not about a zoning change. It is about a liquor license and a potentially mega commercial entity in the long run. Next one is from Molly Henderson, 3211 Dauphine Street, in opposition. The property is already zoned to allow a snowball stand and retail. This is simply about an alcohol license, period. A zoning change is not required to run the businesses proposed. For nearly every approval standard and consideration for spot zoning exemption, the CPC staff makes the wrong assertion to the commissioners that this property is better suited as commercial zoning rather than residential zoning. This is misleading because the property already allows for commercial zoning use, given that it is in the RDO1 commercial zoning overlay. That overlay specifically exists to ensure that commercial uses are allowed so long as they are the low impact types of uses, not bars and full scale restaurants. There is a whole list in Article 18.7.b commercial uses that neighbors would welcome here. So this is not a restoration of an old commercial building to commercial use. Is zoning already achieves what the CPC staff says is needed. For example, the staff summary insists that the zoning change will allow this building to be used for things like an office, retail, coffee shop, etc. But this is both wrong and misleading because the existing zoning in Article 18.7.b already allows for all of these things. What neighbors oppose is the expansion of a high-impact commercial zoning, such as bars and full-scale restaurants, into the interior of a residential block, which is precisely what the CZO intends to prevent. The staff report even later concludes that it has been used residentially for many years and that, quote, its zoning is not precluding it from being used and that the current zoning is not erroneous. In short, the commissioners should honor the low impact commercial buffer that this interior block site represents. The next one is from Chad Smith, 803 Ferdinand Street in opposition. This is a classic example of spot zoning and is in violation of the comprehensive zoning ordinance. The proposed business can operate under the current RDO1 designation without a zoning change that would leave the residents subject to a multitude of disruptive uses. Please deny this zoning change. A zoning change will allow for concentration of the same types of businesses, restaurant or full bar, in the same area, which impose subsequent detrimental impacts on the neighborhood. Parking, traffic, noise, garbage. The proposed business is not scaled to the neighborhood when there are already enough restaurants with bars within 3 square blocks. This is a residence on the interior of the block. A change to HMC1 from RDO1 constitutes spot zoning and therefore should be denied. This is not a popularity contest. This is about zoning and the ordinance in place to protect against such a change. The proposed business does not serve the needs of the residents or existing businesses. Please deny this change. A zoning change is permanent. Unforeseen future uses leave current residents and businesses vulnerable to the negative impacts of what is allowed under a HMC1 zoning in the historic core interior. The proposed business is not scaled to the needs of the residents or existing businesses. The current RDO1 zoning was hard-earned in Bywater. It was established to allow for businesses that contribute to the neighborhood. An attempt to change the zoning of a residence from RDO1 that allows for low-intensity businesses to HMC1 is taking advantage of the laws in place that already allow for a business to occupy the space. If a change is granted, are we to expect the same violation of the law next door to our house, next door to your house? This would set a horrible precedent. Please deny this change and preserve what we love about New Orleans. The zoning change serves the needs of the proposed business owners and the sellers of the property only. A zoning change should not be granted to facilitate the sale of a residence at the expense of other property owners, businesses, and residents. A zoning change at this residence is in violation of the laws that are in place to prevent this. A business can operate out of this building as is. There is no need to change the zoning, allowing for a private entity to profit at the expense of the neighbors and the neighborhood in general. If granted, what is to prevent the rest of the residences with the same zoning to ask for the same? Please consider this when making your decision and deny this. The next one is from Brian Smith, 3211 Dauphine Street in opposition. The CPC staff report failed to acknowledge the public comments in Hart Law that uniquely forbids spot zoning in RDO1 and RDO2 overlays only. The CPC policy that allows for spot zoning cannot sweep aside or trump Hart Law, the CZO that forbids spot zoning. The law is CZO Article 18.2.e. It says expressly that the RDO1 overlay was created to allow for certain low impact uses and to, quote, prevent the use of spot zones for commercial uses. Prevent the use of spot zoning does not mean promote spot zoning. The commissioner should directly ask the CPC staff right now why did they not address the clear violation of CZO Article 18.2.e, which was plainly raised in public comments by neighbors and yet ignored by staff. The staff should be asked a legal question regarding CZO Article 18.2.e. If the overlay statutory purpose is to prevent spot zoning, where does CPC get the legal authority to write a policy that sweeps inside actual law? The CPC's own official policy is to oppose spot zoning, noting repeatedly that CPC must, quote, look with disfavor and, quote, object to requests for spot zones. The commissioners should take their own look at the facts and the law and recommend denial of a zoning change that so many neighbors oppose and which is forbidden by CZO Article 18.2.e. Next one from Michelle Longino, 744 Hirsch Street in opposition. The current RDO1 zoning was hard-earned in Bywater. It was established to allow for businesses that contribute to the neighborhood. An attempt to change the zoning of a residence from RDO1 that allows for low-intensity businesses to HMC1 is taking advantage of the laws in place that already allow for a business to occupy the space. If a change is granted, are we to expect the same violation of the law next door to our house, next door to your house? This would set a horrible precedent. Please deny this change and preserve what we love about New Orleans. The next one is from Jonathan Liss, 612 Louisa Street in opposition. I'm opposed to this change from RDO1 to HMC1. Will prefer a specialty restaurant due to other bars and restaurants on intersection. Next one, Brian O'Rourke, 4015 Britannia Street in opposition. Please do not let this happen. Don't change from RDO1 to HMC1. It's not good for too many involved. Next one, Jeffrey Seymour, 2222 Royal Street, in support. Okay, we'll skip that one. Julie Jones, 827 Louisa Street, in opposition. This is an important and complex issue and deserves a study like those devoted to short-term rentals.
That concludes, that is for the subdivision.
Oh, okay, next one, gotcha, okay.
So, Valerie and Paul, thank you so much for reading those comments into the record. At this time, now, commissioners, I'd like to thank the public for submitting that feedback. Since we did receive opposition, if the applicant is still present, I'm gonna allow them to have 2 minutes for rebuttal from the opposition that we heard.
Hi there. Thank you for listening to all of those public comments. We really appreciate it. I want to address a few things. We have been working closely with the staff and with Stephen Kroll on the staff to make sure that we really understand the zoning, and the zoning change is appropriate to our business. The RDO does not allow for the business that we have built in our building. We've been very clear. We've had multiple NPP meetings. We had an additional neighbors meeting. We've been very clear about this plan. And we have been working with our business planner, and a standard restaurant is really going to be an important element of our success. I also want to address the fact that during the pandemic, we did host a fundraiser for Feed the Second Line in our backyard, where we did play bingo. So an opposer brought that up. That was a special thing that we did during COVID times. And it was a fundraiser for Feed the Second Line. And I also just wanted to address the fact that we're going to be opening a standard restaurant, not a bar. If someone were to want to open a bar with the zoning that we're applying for, it would be a whole nother conditional use process that we understand we would have to do that. That's not what we're doing. We're not interested in opening a bar. There's a lot of misinformation being spread about our plans, despite the fact that we have been continually clear in our NPP meetings and in interactions with neighbors regarding the project. I'd be happy to address any other questions that any of you might have.
All right, thank you so much. So commissioners, at this time now, do you have any follow-up questions for staff, comments, or a motion?
A quick question. This is Commissioner Witry. Can you just clarify or restate the hours of operation and the days of week that you would be operating?
Yes, absolutely. We'll be operating Wednesday through Sunday from 2 to 7 p.m. This is a standard restaurant that has been born out of a snowball stand. So that is reflective of our current operational hours, and we will continue to operate within those hours.
Thank you.
All right, are there any other comments, questions, or a motion?
The staff recommended approval, correct?
Yes, the staff did recommend approval.
Okay, I'm
Yes,
sorry. I didn't
that
mean
is-
that.
that is correct.
Thank you for answering.
Yes.
I'm prepared to make a motion. This is Commissioner Brown. I'm going to agree with the staff and recommend and make a motion for approval.
Commissioner Witry will second that motion.
All right, it's been moved by Commissioner Brown for approval of staff's recommendation as listed, and seconded by Commissioner Witry. At this time now, are there any questions about the motion? I don't have the report up, but Stephen, we just heard from the applicant that the times of operation are between 2 and 7. Is that a proviso listed? Hours of operation, is that listed as one of the provisos?
Because this is a zoning change, provisos can't be attached to it. It would basically be that what would be allowable is the hours of operation that are allowable in the base zoning district.
Okay. All right. Any further discussion on the motion on the floor? Any further discussion? All right. If not, I'll call the question. Commissioner Brown,
Yes.
Commissioner Lund,
Yes.
Commissioner Mobley,
Yes.
Commissioner Steig,
Yes.
Commissioner Stewart, no, Commissioner Weberg,
Yes.
and Commissioner Witry.
Yes.
All right. The motion passes for approval. All right. We'll go on to property disposition 00221.
So no public comments on this one. This is the one located at 3202 Pine Street, and the staff recommends approval.
All right. Commissioners, at this time, do we have any questions, comments, or a motion?
Commissioner Steig moves for approval in accordance with staff recommendation.
Brown will second.
Moved by Commissioner Steig for approval based on staff recommendation, seconded by Commissioner Witry for property disposition 00221. Is there any further discussion?
Commissioner Brown actually seconded the motion, Jonathan, Chair. Jonathan.
So the motion was by Commissioner Steig and seconded by Commissioner Brown. Is there any further discussion? All right, if there's no further discussion, I'll call the question. Commissioner Brown,
Yes.
Commissioner Lund,
Yes.
Mobley,
Yes.
Commissioner Steig,
Yes.
yes, Commissioner Weberg,
Yes.
Witry.
Yes.
All right, unanimous support for approval. Which brings us to property disposition 00321.
If there are no public comments, and this is the property the city intends to sell at 1107 Oleander Street, vacant property adjacent to Earhart Boulevard. Staff recommends approval.
All right, commissioners, at this time, now any comments, questions, or a motion?
Commissioner Lund, I move for approval of this docket item as recommended by staff.
All right, it's been moved by Commissioner Lund for approval and based on staff recommendations. Is there a second to that motion?
Commissioner Witry will second.
Seconded by Commissioner Witry. At this time now, is there any further discussion on the motion? Is there any further discussion on the motion? If there's no further discussion, I'll call the question. Commissioner Brown,
Yes.
Lund,
Yes.
Mobley,
Yes.
Commissioner Steig,
Yes.
yes, Commissioner Weberg,
Yes.
Witry.
Yes.
Unanimous support for approval for property disposition 00321, which brings us now to our subdivision regulation.
We do have comments on that. First comment is from Jeffrey Seymour, representing FMIA 2227 Royal Street. There are at least 4 documents which require a full public hearing for any amendments to the
Didn't we-
subdivision. These are his comments that he made in the hearing, yes.
Yes. So, and that's the same person we heard from?
Yes.
So, I mean, God knows on this one, I don't want to cut off public debate, but is Missy still there? Is the applicant allowed then to submit written comments?
Is he still here?
I tell you what, it'd probably take more time to debate the issue. So Paul, just finish it up.
Okay.
I withdraw that comment.
The subdivision regulations themselves state that these regulations may be amended by the commission after public hearing. A notice setting forth the date, time, place, and purpose of the public hearing shall be published once a week for 3 weeks in a newspaper of general circulation. The CPC's administrative rules, policies, procedures also stipulate that Any amendment to these subdivision rules may be considered by the commission after such changes have been afforded a public hearing, which has been duly advertised in the official journal. The Home Rule Charter of the City of New Orleans City Planning Commission also states that the city shall establish a system for organized and effective neighborhood participation in land use decisions. It shall provide for timely notice to a neighborhood of any proposed land use action affecting the neighborhood and also provide the opportunity for meaningful neighborhood review and comment on such proposals. And lastly, the Louisiana state statutes state that before recommending its subdivision regulations or any amendments thereto, the commission shall hold a public hearing thereon at least 10 days notice of the time and place, which shall be published in a newspaper of general circulation. Subdivision regulations and approval procedures are among the most critical land use issues facing our neighborhoods. A full commission hearing, including opportunity for public comment and participation, is entirely justified and appropriate for a matter of such critical importance and potential long-lasting impact. The issue is at least as important as short-term rentals or live outdoor entertainment, both of which included solicitation of public comments followed by a staff report and opportunity for additional neighborhood input before a final document was submitted for city council approval. What gets presented and recommended to the city council will either be adopted or denied. The council will not make significant modifications to what the CPC recommends. At this point, it is far more critical that this get done correctly than gets done quickly. The next comment is from Julie Jones, 827 Louisa Street, representing Neighbors First for Bywater in opposition. This is an important and complex issue and deserves a study like those devoted to STRs and the live outdoor entertainment proposal, as well as a full hearing. Until it receives this attention, I remain opposed to any new regulations. Next from Shelley Landrew, 5329 Dryad Street, representing the Garden District Association, providing additional information. Dear Planning Commission members, on behalf of the Garden District Association, we respectfully request any action regarding the proposed subdivision regulations be deferred for at least 1 month. This will allow time for our neighborhood association as well as others to review the document and offer input. We have requested a red line document, but we understand from Mr. Kroll such a document is not available as the proposed subdivision regulations are extensively different from the current regulations. Therefore, more time is necessary. While we have reviewed the summary of changes in the memo to the CPC dated May 26, 2021, it doesn't offer a level of detail that we can offer input. The memo specifically states that the proposed subdivision regulations take into consideration redevelopment in historic neighborhoods. We feel it's imperative for us to have more time to determine the potential impact to our historic neighborhood and that all other historic neighborhoods have the same opportunity. Further, we request that the City Planning Commission staff release a report comparing the old to the new with reasons for the change so that the public has a clear understanding of the matter. Again, we respectfully request a deferral of action on the proposed subdivision regulations. Next, from Alan Johnson, 1418 Charter Street, Unit B, representing FMIA, in support of the application. We would like to thank the CPC for hearing our request for reconsideration. As you have heard from Mr. Seymour, there are concerns whether public input was properly considered. We believe that this is an important subject which will affect the entirety of the city, not just Marigny. Therefore, we believe the citizen input should be prioritized like the STR study where public comment was requested, input was received, the staff put together a report, and then the CPC and council voted. Second, it seems far-fetched to expect a group of citizens who volunteer their time to have just a few weeks to consider these regulations. While the staff has been working on them since 2015, a more thorough gathering of opinions throughout the city would be better. And finally, it is essential that we get this right at the CPC since Mr. Rivers states that there'll be no ability for the city council to amend these rules as they normally do. Let's make sure it's done right and not rush it through, causing us to come back to the CPC if we make a mistake in the process. And finally, from Leslie Nonkin, 2230 Royal Street, in support, thank you for your time. How can the commission in good conscience say that a 2-minute comment card is sufficient opportunity for public input and participation in a matter as important as the city's subdivision regulations? We are rewriting the subdivision regulations. Shouldn't the public be afforded more than 2 minutes worth of input? Does that actually make sense to the commissioners? Does it sound right?
All right. Thank you, Paul. And I just want to check with Missy on this. So basically, the action that we're taking is to reconsider this ruling. So that would actually just set it back to CPC for it to appear on the agenda at a later date, right?
So
The rule is that it's a motion to reconsider and has to be someone on the prevailing side. This passed unanimously, so anybody can make the motion. You want to reconsider the last decision, so that would bring it back up here, and then you would do a vote whether or not you want to defer it, or like if you want to defer it to another city planning commission meeting or back to the committee. So it's two motions.
All right, so it actually be two motions, right? All right, so at this time now, commissioners, do you have any comments or questions as it relates to the subdivision regulation draft?
This is Kelly. I'll make, or Commissioner Brown would like to make the motion to reconsider. And I do want to say that as per our executive director and staff's comments on this, and having been involved, all of us, with the time involved in drafting these, that I think this is out of an abundance of caution, which I think is right. But I do want to say that I think that all the rules were followed for notice and public participation. But given the extraordinary times, I think this is prudent.
Okay. So Commissioner Brown, can you just restate your motion?
Motion to reconsider.
It's been moved by Commissioner Brown to reconsider. Is there a second to that motion?
Stieg, second.
Mr. Weed.
Oh, sorry, Kyle, go ahead.
No, go ahead.
It's been moved by Commissioner Brown, seconded by Commissioner Stieg. Is there any further discussion on the motion on the floor? Any further discussion on the motion on the floor? If there's no further discussion, I'll call the question. Commissioner Brown?
Yes.
Yes.
Commissioner Mobley?
No.
Commissioner Stieg?
Yes.
Commissioner Stewart? Yes. Commissioner Weberg?
Yes.
Commissioner Witry?
No.
All right, so that puts us at 5-2. And then I'll ask Missy. So at this point, can we reconsider, or the reconsider had to be a unanimous vote?
No, it passes.
It passes, okay. All right, so at this time now, is there another motion as it relates to subdivision regulation?
I'll make the motion to defer 2 meetings as the committee chair. It came out of committee unanimously. Staff did extraordinary work on this. So all we're doing is garnering public comment at this time. So I'll defer 2 meetings to allow for public comment. That's my motion.
All right, and just to clarify, Commissioner Weberg, that will be the August 24th meeting?
Correct.
Okay. All right, so Commissioner Weberg has moved to defer the subdivision regulations 2 meetings to the October 24th meeting. Is there a second?
Let's just do it in August instead of October. Let's serve this with summer instead of pumpkins.
Okay, I'm sorry. August 24th.
I'm joking with you. You've done an extraordinary job today,
Yes.
Mr. Chair. You've done an extraordinary job. So yes, August 24th.
August 24th. Is there a second to that motion?
Stieg, seconds.
All right, Commissioner Stieg has seconded that motion for deferral to August 24th. At this time now, is there any further discussion on the motion on the floor? Any further discussion on the motion on the floor? All right, I'll call the question. Commissioner Brown?
Yes.
1.
Yes.
Commissioner Mobley?
Yes.
Commissioner Stieg?
Yes.
Commissioner Stewart? Yes. Commissioner Weberg?
Yes.
Witry?
Yes.
All right, unanimous support for deferral to August 24th. So at this time now, we have one last item remaining, and it will be the deferral for the dockets that we did not hear. So if there a motion from a commissioner to defer those remaining items, and if you can list those docket items out, that would greatly be appreciated by each docket number.
This is Commissioner Witry. I'll make a motion to defer zoning docket 063-21, 067-21, 065, 21, 066, 21, 067, 21. I believe that's all of them to the December. Kyle was in October, I'm in December, to August 10th, 2021 meeting.
All right, it's been moved by Commissioner Witry to move the docket items as listed. She stated to August 10th. Is there a second to that motion?
Commissioner Lund will second.
Commissioner Lund has seconded that motion. So at this time now, is there any further discussion of the motion on the floor? Any further discussion on the motion on the floor? All right, there's no further discussion on the motion. I'll call the question. Commissioner Brown.
Yes.
One. All right, Commissioner Mobley.
Yes.
Commissioner Stieg.
Yes.
Stewart, yes. Commissioner Weberg.
Yes.
Commissioner Lund is yes.
All right, and Commissioner Witry.
Yes.
All right, unanimous support for deferral to August 10th. And so if I didn't miss anything, I think
We'll have that subdivision that was sent back to us.
I'm sorry, miss it again.
Number 16, the subdivision that was remanded to us.
Oh, did I skip that one? Zoning, I'll amend my motion then?
No, that was a separate one. That was the one that was that one was the one that was the city council sent back to us.
Oh, okay.
All right, thank you, Missy. In part the chair, I did actually skip over that one. So our last item that we need to handle is reconsideration of subdivision docket 13620.
And staff recommends deferral to August 10th.
No public comments.
So we have a recommendation from staff for deferral to August 10. We didn't receive any public comment. At this time, commissioners, any comments, questions, or a motion for docket 136?
This is Stieg. I move for deferral to August 10th.
It's been moved by Commissioner Stieg for deferral until August 10th. Is there a second to that motion?
Second by Commissioner Weberg.
By Commissioner Weberg. Is there any further discussion on the motion that's on the floor? Any further discussion on the motion on the floor? There's no further discussion on the motion. I'll call the question. Commissioner Brown.
Yes.
Lund.
Yes.
Commissioner Mobley.
Yes.
Commissioner Stieg.
Yes.
Stewart. Yes. Commissioner Weberg.
Yes.
Commissioner Witry.
Yes.
All right. So at this time, unanimous support for subdivision, reconsideration of subdivision docket 13620 for deferral to August 10th. And that actually concludes our printed agenda today. So now the chair would just like to thank all commissioners for being present and actively participating in our meeting on today. And thank you to staff for all that you do and continue to do even after 5.
And Jonathan, thanks to you for shepherding us through it nicely and calmly. And thanks to the 2 staff members, Paul and Valerie, who may need lots of throat lozenges this evening.
Or hot tea.
Or hot tea. That's where I was going.
Right, so at this time now, the time is 6:08. The chair will entertain a motion for adjournment.
So moved, Commissioner Lund.
All right, it's been moved by Commissioner Lund. Is there a second to that motion?
Witry will second.
Commissioner Witry. In abundance of time, the chair would just say, if you're in favor, raise your hand. And also, if you're in opposition, state your opposition now. Being no opposition, pass. Thank you. Have a great night.
Thank you, John.